Chapter 368. Looking at the three guards who were walking like zombies, Shui Wuxin could only shake her head helplessly. It wasn't that she didn't want to save them, but the moment they came into contact with the array, they had been eroded by the power of the array and lost their minds. The natural array in the depths of the array was indeed terrifying, but when she thought about it, there wasn't much danger at all. As long as you could stay true to your heart or restrain your desires, you wouldn't have to worry about any danger. Thinking of this, Shui Wuxin couldn't help but look in the direction of Yan Chutian. When she saw that the former didn't lose his mind, she was shocked. Because this feeling was as if he could see through all illusions. However, even Aunt Lu found it difficult to see through all illusions, let alone Shui Wuxin. How could he do it? After thinking for a while, Shui Wuxin could only attribute this to his strong will. If his will was strong enough, he would naturally be able to ignore all temptations. Facing the temptation of the natural array, the guard captain, Zhou Xiang, was also having a hard time. His forehead was covered in a layer of sweat. Even though he knew that everything that appeared were illusions and temptations, he couldn't help but want to rush forward. This was because the things that had appeared were simply too tempting for him. Any one of them would allow him to smoothly advance to the nascent soul stage. While resisting the temptation, Zhou Xiang also looked in the direction of Yan Chutian. When he saw the former's relaxed appearance, he immediately felt extremely unhappy. This damned guy, being able to resist the temptation should be his limit. How could he be so relaxed? Yan Chutian's will was indeed extraordinary. However, it wasn't his will that allowed him to resist the temptations that appeared. Instead, it was his spiritual eye that could see that the temptations were all illusions. How could he be fooled when he knew that they were all illusions? However, as he walked, another heavenly treasure suddenly appeared in front of Yan Chutian's eyes. However, when he saw the heavenly treasure that suddenly appeared, Yan Chutian immediately stopped and stared at it, unable to move an inch. He was sure that he wasn't seeing things. Under the gaze of his spiritual eye, the sacred heart vine was indeed there. There was no illusion at all. In other words, among all the temptations, there really was a treasure of heaven and earth. In the next moment, how could Yan Chutian hesitate? He immediately took a few steps forward and headed straight for the sacred heart vine. However, his actions naturally caused the surrounding guards to secretly shake their heads. In their opinion, even Yan Chutian couldn't resist the temptation. Looking at this scene, Zhou Xiang was ecstatic. He was originally thinking about how to teach this brat a lesson, but now it seemed that there was no need to teach him a lesson. Soon, he would become a walking corpse. Shui Wuxin was the one who was the most confused by this scene. This was because he had observed clearly that Yan Chutian was able to ignore all of the temptations that appeared around him. How did it become like this? Could it be that the temptation from before had not reached a level where it was enough to move him? But no matter what, when Yan Chutian bent down and made a plucking motion, Shui Wuxin could only sigh helplessly. She knew that no matter what the reason was, as long as he tried to pluck the illusion in his heart, he would only be eroded and eventually become a walking corpse without consciousness. At this moment, Zhou Xiang couldn't restrain the smile on his face. Then, his smile turned into a look of fake sympathy. However, in the next moment, to everyone's surprise, Yan Chutian, who was making a plucking motion, actually got up and walked back to the group step by step. This situation not only caused everyone to be shocked, but also caused the fake sympathy on Prime Minister Zhou's face to immediately freeze. In his embarrassment, he did not know what expression he could make. He looked at Yan Chutian, and the shock in his heart was about to burst out. How could this be? After a while, Zhou Xiang finally couldn't hold back the shock in his heart. He walked in front of Yan Chutian and asked tentatively, Do you still know who you are? Yan Chutian certainly wouldn't be nice to Zhou Xiang. When he lifted his face, there was already a faint sneer on his face. What's wrong, Captain Zhou? Could it be that you are concerned about me? This simple sentence immediately made Zhou Xiang choke and unable to speak, but this also proved from another perspective. However, this also shocked the crowd once again. This also indirectly proved that Yan Chutian wasn't confused by the illusion. But how could this be? He had clearly plucked his own illusion. How could he still be safe and sound? Seeing the scene in front of her, Shui Wuxin's beautiful eyes could no longer hide the shock in them. Because even she couldn't believe what had happened in front of her. Even she didn't dare to pluck those illusions. However, the other party was able to do it just like that. Moreover, he was safe and sound. How did he do it? Now that she thought about it, it seemed that the man she had inadvertently saved had created too many surprises in a short period of time. In this aspect, even the top heavens prides of the four great families couldn't compare to him. No matter how big the commotion was, there would always be a time when it calmed down. Especially when the group advanced again and looked at the faintly discernible pack of red wolves that suddenly appeared in front of them. Within the pack of red wolves, a dozen or so red wolves were faintly discernible. However, even though it was only a dozen red wolves, the sense of threat they brought was even more terrifying than the hundreds of red wolves outside. This was because every single one of these red wolves was at the elixir stage. In fact, the strongest among them had even reached the 9th level of elixir. Apart from that, everyone knew that there must be a wolf king among these red wolves. Even the ordinary red wolves had reached the 9th level of elixir. One could only imagine how powerful the wolf king was. Therefore, even though the wolf king hadn't appeared yet, the atmosphere in the crowd was already incomparably solemn. Roar! The red wolf's scarlet eyes looked over as a low growl softly rang out. In the next instant, the dozen red wolves fiercely charged towards the crowd. An intense battle erupted in an instant. This time, the red wolves finally displayed their ferocity. As they roared, the defenses of several guards with weaker cultivations were immediately torn apart. Following the destruction of their defenses, the red wolf poison crazily corroded their bodies. The wolf poison entered their bodies through their wounds. A certain guard didn't even have time to swallow the antidote before he immediately fell to the ground, trembling and foaming at the mouth. However, at this moment, Yan Chutian no longer had the time to care about others. This was because the one that was pouncing towards him was a red wolf with an 8th level of elixir. Perhaps Yan Chutian didn't need to fear this red wolf, but he had to consider the wolf poison. If he was infected by the red wolf poison, even if he could immediately consume the antidote, it would still leave behind injuries. This kind of injury might not seem serious in a short period of time, but in many cases, it was enough to be fatal. Third-grade mysterious yang body. With a light shout in his heart, the third-grade profound yang physique was fully activated by Yan Chutian. Immediately after, surging profound yang qi gathered on his right hand and condensed into the most berserk energy at the tip of his 2 fingers, madly pouring out. Mysterious yang finger. Boom! The power of the finger seemed to be able to penetrate space as it fiercely tapped on the head of the red wolf in front of him. However, at the same time, the red wolf also swept its claws down. The huge force had not yet come into contact with Yan Chutian's back and directly tore apart the clothes on his back, and then landed on his back. However, in the next moment, the bloody scene that everyone imagined did not appear. The invincible red wolf's claws landed on Yan Chutian's back, emitting a sonorous sound like that of metal. In contrast, Yan Chutian's finger had indeed penetrated the red wolf's head. The beast's head, which was as hard as a rock, was penetrated like tofu by that finger. Even its head was penetrated. The red wolf naturally no longer had any vitality. Its originally ferocious face quickly lost its vitality. Yan Chutian's side had cleanly dealt with a powerful red wolf. If it was a normal situation, it would have caused quite a stir, but now, how could anyone have the mood to do so? With so many powerful red wolves charging, many guards were in danger. If they were not careful, their bodies would be torn apart by the sharp claws of the red wolves. In such a situation, Aunt Lu naturally could no longer hesitate. Immediately, a powerful aura spread out. However, at the same time, there was a completely different fierce aura that quickly erupted from behind the pack of wolves. That was the Wolf King. Bookmark for easy reading. Chapter 369. Clearly, the Wolf King's previous concealment was not a coincidence. It had sensed a powerful aura hidden in the crowd before it. Now that the aura had completely erupted, it naturally did not hide it any longer and immediately released its aura. As the berserk aura fluctuated, everyone could clearly see a giant red wolf stepping out from the boundless aura that was filled with pressure. Even ninth-layer elixir cultivators would find it difficult to look at it with their scarlet eyes. Even though the crowd couldn't clearly discern the Wolf King's cultivation base, they could vaguely tell from its majestic aura that this Wolf King was probably even stronger than the Red Wolf King that Aunt Lu had slain that day. Immediately after, they were able to confirm this point from the reaction of the middle-aged woman, Aunt Lu. Even if the former was expressionless and did not show any emotion, they could still vaguely sense a trace of seriousness from her face. Due to the appearance of the Wolf King, the red wolves fighting the guards became even more ferocious and berserk. Especially when the Wolf King's gaze swept over them, it caused them to go berserk to the extreme. Such a scene left Aunt Lu with no choice but to immediately take action. Otherwise, if her aura were to spread, not only would it not help the guards break through the encirclement of the red wolves, but it would also cause the situation to tilt in her favor because she had forced the Wolf King out. Therefore, in the next moment, Aunt Lu lightly stepped on the ground and immediately rushed out like a shadow. With a raise of her hand, an enormous amount of spiritual energy overturned rivers and seas, directly crushing towards the Wolf King. However, the Wolf King was not to be trifled with. As the danger approached, it immediately raised its sharp claws, which were already flickering with a cold light, at this moment, completely erupting with ferocity. As the sharp claws tore through the air, Aunt Lu's spiritual energy was easily torn apart. The momentum of the sharp claws did not decrease as it continued to rush towards the former. But similar to the Red Wolf King, since Aunt Lu dared to take action, she naturally had her own strength. As her spiritual energy surged, a berserk power crazily rushed out, deadlocked with the Wolf King. With his spiritual eye, Yan Chutian was able to see more clearly than the others, including Shui Wuxin. Aunt Lu and the Red Wolf King were both at the third level of the elixir realm. If the two of them were to fight, they might be able to determine a victor in the end. However, the stalemate between them would be extremely long. Therefore, the real power to decide the outcome was not in their hands. Instead, it was in the hands of these guards, in other words, Yan Chutian and the others. Since Yan Chutian knew all of this, Shui Wuxin was not a stupid person. She naturally figured it out after a while. Therefore, how could she hesitate? She immediately gave the order to quickly kill the wolves. At a time like this, the difference between a spirit beast and a human cultivator was fully displayed. Even though these red wolves were not weak, they were still lacking compared to the many human guards. Therefore, after a series of battles, the situation gradually stabilized. It was only a matter of time before the red wolf was completely killed. However, the more critical the moment was, the more obvious the problem was. At a certain moment, several figures suddenly walked out from the misty scene in the surroundings. At a certain moment, a young man with long hair walked out. Only then did Shui Wuxin and the others immediately confirm his identity. Yan Chutian also knew where this young man with long hair came from. He was from the Shui clan, which was on par with the Ouyang clan, which was the same faction as Shui Wuxin. This young man was the beloved son of the Ouyang clan's head. His cultivation was similar to Shui Wuxin's, around the 9th level of the elixir realm. However, the appearance of the Ouyang clan's heaven's pride at a time like this was extremely bad news for Shui Wuxin. This was because if the other party took advantage of this opportunity to attack, Shui Wuxin's side would definitely suffer heavy casualties. After that, not only would they not be able to find the Tao Lake, but they would also not be able to leave the Wolf King's cave safely. Therefore, Yan Chutian could clearly sense that whether it was Shui Wuxin, Zhou Xiang, or even Aunt Lu, who was still fighting the Red Wolf King, their bodies were all tensed up at this moment. This was also an extremely troublesome situation for Yan Chutian. He had already cooperated with Shui Wuxin, and it was not his style to leave halfway. However, if he did not leave, the situation would be extremely awkward. However, in the next moment, a scene that made everyone breathe a sigh of relief occurred. This was because the Ouyang clan's troops that had appeared one after another were also not complete. In fact, one could even faintly hear the excitement and beast roars from the other side. It was not difficult to tell at this moment that the Ouyang clan's luck was not much better than their Shui clan's. After a violent commotion, the atmosphere finally calmed down after the Red Wolves had all fallen. At the same time, the Ouyang clan's side also calmed down. Clearly, the trouble they had encountered had finally been resolved. Subsequently, the atmosphere between the two sides could not help but become somewhat strange. This was because both sides urgently needed to recover, and at the same time were wary of the other side, afraid that the other side would suddenly launch an attack. This situation only eased up when both sides gradually recovered. Because their cultivation base had recovered, both sides were not afraid to fight. At worst, they would fight to the death. After that, Shui Wuxin gave the order to lead the troops forward again. It was really unsettling to have another faction by her side. However, unexpectedly, just as Shui Wuxin was about to stand up and leave, the Ouyang clan's Heaven Pride, who had been silent all this time, suddenly spoke up. Wuxin, our Ouyang clan and your Shui clan can be considered as old friends. In this Wolf King's cave, each side is weak. Why don't we cooperate? However, before the Ouyang clan's Heaven Pride could finish his words, he saw Shui Wuxin shake her head. Then, her indifferent voice slowly rang out. Ouyang clan's good intentions are appreciated. However, it is better to rely on one's own ability to find the Tao Lake. As soon as she finished speaking, Shui Wuxin had already led the troops forward. Behind her, the Ouyang clan's Heaven Pride's expression was ugly as he watched Shui Wuxin's departing figure. He could not help but want to immediately rush forward and ravage that woman. Unappreciative thing. Do you really think that only you can find the Tao Lake because of your illusory premonition? Young master, don't worry. Since Shui Wuxin is unappreciative and dares to offend young master, this Wolf King's cave will be her doomsday. Next to the long-haired youth, a hunchbacked old man slowly appeared. His wrinkled old face was filled with a ruthlessness that did not match his appearance. The troops continued forward. Yan Chutian was not surprised by Shui Wuxin's refusal to cooperate. Cooperating with the Ouyang clan was tantamount to asking a tiger for its skin. Moreover, Yan Chutian knew that the Ouyang clan wanted to cooperate more because they wanted to borrow Shui Wuxin's ability. Shui Wuxin had a special ability. Not only could she avoid most of the confusion of natural formations, but she also seemed to be able to grasp the direction of the Tao Lake. Otherwise, Yan Chutian would not believe that even the Yuanying stage, Aunt Lu would be at ease with Shui Wuxin leading the way. Moreover, Yan Chutian could sense that as they continued forward, a mysterious aura was constantly emerging in the dark cave world. If he was not wrong, the source of this aura was definitely the Tao Lake. With this thought, Yan Chutian could not help but look in Shui Wuxin's direction again. This woman had her own secret. But as luck would have it, Shui Wuxin's beautiful eyes were also looking around and inadvertently met his gaze. Shui Wuxin was extremely confident in her appearance, so in this situation, no matter how serious she looked at Yan Chutian, she could not help but think that he was attracted to her. She could not describe how she felt about this, but at least she did not feel disgusted because Yan Chutian had always given her a very good feeling. Yan Chutian did not know what Shui Wuxin was thinking. If he did, he would only feel that he had been greatly wronged. However, He did not know this. Moreover, there was finally something different in front of them. Accompanied by the faintly discernible appearance of red wolves, the other forces that had previously parted ways finally reappeared. However, the most attractive thing at this time was not these forces, but the huge light and shadow formation behind the red wolves. Vaguely, one could see a pure white lake inside the light and shadow formation. As the water rippled, a mysterious aura constantly rose. Even if it was just a wisp of the mysterious aura, it made everyone feel extremely comfortable. In such a situation, there was practically no need for words. Everyone was certain that this pure white lake was the Tao Lake. Genius memorized the address of this site in 1 second. Sogu Mobile Version Website. Chapter 370. The pure white lake rippled, inadvertently stirring up ripples that exuded a rich and mysterious aura. Even if it was only a strand of this mysterious aura, it was enough to fascinate everyone outside the light-shadow grand array. It was not difficult to imagine what kind of benefits they would obtain if they could enter the light-shadow grand array, or even the pure white lake. The Tao Lake. Such a situation naturally allowed everyone to confirm the identity of the lake in the distance. Besides the Tao Lake, it was difficult to find a similar place in the Wolf King's cave. Outside the light-shadow grand array, Yan Chutian could also feel the existence of the Tao Lake. However, unlike the others, when he saw the Tao Lake, the first thing he thought of was not to cultivate, but to condense spirit runes. In his previous life, he had condensed 7 spirit runes, and among these 7, one was called the Mystic Heart Saint Rune. This Mystic Heart Saint Rune did not specialize in killing, but it exerted a great pressure on one's heart. When used, it could even directly suppress the opponent's cultivation. It was not hard to imagine that if this spirit rune was successfully condensed, Yan Chutian would be able to gain the upper hand in almost every battle. However, it was extremely difficult to condense the Mystic Heart Saint Rune. Not only did it test the condenser's wisdom, but it also required an endless supply of excellent cultivation environment. This Tao Lake clearly fulfilled the second condition. As for wisdom, if he could successfully condense the Mystic Heart Saint Rune once, Yan Chutian was confident that he could successfully condense it a second time. At this point, Yan Chutian's heart began to palpitate more and more. No matter what, he had already decided to enter the Tao Lake and try to condense the Mystic Heart Saint Rune. However, no matter how excited Yan Chutian was, he would not forget his limit. If he wanted to enter the Tao Lake, he would first have to open or break the light-shadow grand array. However, before that, the surrounding forces, as well as the pack of red wolves gathered around the light-shadow grand array, were a problem that he had to deal with. Shui Wuxin's beautiful eyes swept over, a trace of solemnity appearing in the depths of her eyes. Every time the Tao Lake appeared, it was strange and unpredictable. Even if there were people who had already entered, it was difficult to pinpoint its exact location. Who would have thought that this time, not only would the Yang clan arrive before them, but even the Red Wolf would be lingering outside the Tao Lakes. However, since it was already like this, she would not hesitate any longer. She immediately took a step forward and led the team toward the other side. At the same time, a graceful figure slowly walked out from the other faction. However, this graceful woman was different from Shui Wuxin. Not only was she dressed in sexy clothes, even her face was extremely charming. It was as if every frown and smile of hers was filled with a peculiar charm. Behind her was an extremely young man. Although he looked young, his cultivation was not weak. He had already stepped into the nascent soul realm. He was someone like Auntie Lu by Shui Wuxin's side. However, compared to his Yuanian cultivation, this man's attire was more attractive. This was because he was dressed like a woman. His clothes were fiery red, and his makeup was gorgeous. Although both of them looked feminine, this male appearance gave Yan Chutian a far more comfortable feeling than Yin Kongling in the mortal world. Before Shui Wuxin could open her mouth, The voluptuous woman with a charming face took the initiative to open her mouth. Yenner greets elder sister Shui. After saying that, the woman bowed slightly. Although she was talking to Shui Wu Xian, her beautiful eyes were smiling as she glanced at the guards behind Shui Wu Xian. The guards' faces turned red, they couldn't take it anymore. Yang Yan, there is no need to act like this in front of me. Since we are all here, let us cooperate. We will open the light and shadow array together and enter the Dao Lake. Hearing this, Yang Yan's beautiful eyes flickered with a color that ordinary people could not see through. After a long while, she smiled and said, I will listen to elder sister Shui. At the same time, Yan Chutian did not pay attention to Yang Yan. Although this woman was flirtatious, she could not even compare to Shui Wuxin. Why should he pay attention to her? Instead, he was paying attention to the feminine man behind Yang Yan. He could vaguely sense that a wisp of spiritual eye power seemed to appear on this man's body. Did he also have a spiritual eye? If he also had a spiritual eye and had a good understanding of the Wolf King's cave, it was no wonder that he was able to reach the Dao Lakes first. After agreeing, Yang Yan did not immediately move. Instead, she paused for a moment before speaking again. Elder sister Shui, the light and shadow array is extremely difficult to open, but I have a certain method. However, before that, the first thing we need to deal with is the red wolves gathered outside the light and shadow array. Among these red wolves, there are 3 third-layer Yuanying wolf kings. These words immediately caused Shui Wuxin's beautiful eyes to narrow. The other party actually said that she had a way to open the light and shadow array? How was that possible? However, after hearing such confident words, Shui Wuxin did not have any doubts. At such a time, unless the other party was extremely confident, she did not believe that the other party would act recklessly. However, it was also because of this that the other party had clearly pushed the issue of the 3 wolf kings to her. However, 3 third-layer Yuanying wolf kings. It would already be difficult for Aunt Lu to deal with one, let alone 3. However, just as Shui Wuxin was at a loss for words, Aunt Lu behind her coldly replied, My Shui clan will deal with 2 wolf kings. Before she finished speaking, a powerful aura swept out, causing Yang Yan's originally calm and arrogant face to turn somewhat unnatural. However, in the next moment, a powerful aura rushed out from behind her and withdrew the oppressive aura. Following that, a strange, shrill voice slowly rang out. Then I will have to trouble you, Sister Lu. Aunt Lu did not reply. Instead, she turned around and looked at the pack of wolves outside the light and shadow array. Her eyes gradually wrinkled. 2 third-layer Yuanying wolf kings were indeed quite troublesome. However, in such a situation, it was not necessary to kill them. She only needed to disperse them. After less than an hour, the pack of red wolf beasts in front of the light-shadow array finally dispersed. However, unlike the 1 wolf king that was killed, the 2 wolf kings that Aunt Lu was facing were forced to leave by her. The so-called forced meant that the price of forcing them to leave was extremely high. Vaguely, one could see that Aunt Lu seemed to have suffered serious injuries. However, she was barely able to suppress them after consuming healing pills. Sister Lu, you must take care of your body. Behind Yang Yan, the seductive man softly laughed. However, Aunt Lu was indifferent to his laughter as she looked at the light and shadow array. I hope you can open the array as instructed. Of course. At the same time, Yan Chutian also looked at the seductive man. He finally understood why Yang Yan was so confident. It turned out that the seductive man behind her really did possess a spiritual eye. However, his spiritual eye was obviously flawed. Although it had the power of a spiritual eye, it was not complete. Otherwise, he would not have been able to see through the flaws of the seductive man's spiritual eye so easily. Under the gazes of the crowd, the seductive man walked step by step to the front of the light and shadow array. Blood continuously flowed outside the array. The seductive man seemed to hate the blood as he directly left the ground and hovered in the air. When he reached the front of the light and shadow array, the seductive man gradually closed his eyes. As his eyes were tightly shut, a ray of dim light gradually shone out from between his eyebrows. Wherever the dim light passed, it seemed that no matter how strange the concealment was, it could only fade away and reveal its true form. This scene caused all of the people who saw this, including Aunt Lou, to narrow their eyes and reveal astonishment. They could clearly sense what kind of power this wisp of dim light was. Spiritual eye. Shui Wuxin's beautiful eyes slightly moved. She was all too clear about this power. She had tried to grasp the power of the spiritual eye before, but failed in the end. However, she did not expect that the Yuanying realm expert that Yang Yan was relying on would possess a spiritual eye. It was no wonder that they were able to reach the Dao Lake first. It was also no wonder that Yang Yan was so confident and dared to directly say that she could open the light and shadow array. Looking at the seductive man's actions, Yan Chutian's eyes deepened. He knew that this was indeed the power of the spiritual eye, but it was not complete. Therefore, it might be possible to open the light and shadow array, but it was impossible to say that it was impossible. This was because even with his spiritual eye, he was still in a daze when facing the light and shadow array. In other words, even if he wanted to use the spiritual eye to open the array, it would be very difficult for him to do so, let alone relying on an incomplete spiritual eye. Genius remembered this site's address in 1 second. Sogu Mobile Version Website. Chapter 371. But even if he knew this, Yan Chutian would not say anything. Purposely showing off would only make him a thorn in the eyes of others. Returning to the main topic, the bewitching man walked to the front of the light shadow grand array, and the dim light of the spirit eye between his brows shone on the array. A quarter of an hour, half an hour, time continued to pass in silence. But perhaps because the bewitching man had already displayed his spirit eye, even Shui Wuxin's people did not speak contemptuously. Because in their opinion, if even the spirit eye could not break the array, it would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens with their strength alone. At the same time, this was a good time for Aunt Lou. She silently circulated the spirit qi in her body, rapidly refining the healing pill to nourish her injured body. Shui Wuxin looked at the bewitching man and sighed in her heart. She really did not expect the other party to possess a spirit eye. But in the end, it still increased the chances of opening the light-shadow grand array. Time always passed extremely slowly as they waited. After another 2 hours, the bewitching man, who had been scanning with his spirit eye, finally opened his eyes and determined a certain location. After that, the coquettish man immediately took out the formation flags. The formation flags seemed to be endless as they rushed towards the formation and bombarded a certain location. Yan Chutian was not surprised that the bewitching man could summon array flags. After all, with a spirit eye, even if it was incomplete, it would be much easier to study array Dao. But when the number of array flags summoned by the bewitching man reached hundreds or even thousands, Yan Chutian's heart was finally filled with amazement. With so many array flags, it would take at least a few days or even half a month to refine. If there were enough array flags, they could continuously bombard the weak points of the light-shadow grand array, and they might really be able to open a gap. Between the bombardment, Yang Yan's charming face was not only filled with joy, but also a trace of gloominess that disappeared in a flash. Perhaps she had concealed this trace of coldness very well, but in the end it was still caught by Yan Chutian. This made Yan Chutian look at the flirtatious man's actions again, and suddenly realized something. Yes, if the array flags were used to continuously attack the array's weak points, they could indeed open up a small gap. However, this gap was very unstable and could only allow a small number of people to pass through. In other words, Yang Yan had no intention of bringing them into the Grand Luster formation, but just as Yan Chutian was about to warn Shui Wuxin, a corner of the light and shadow array was finally broken. When the great array was finally broken, Yan Chutian swallowed the words he had been about to say. This light-shadow grand array seemed to be different from its appearance. The formation is broken. The guards on both sides were pleasantly surprised. At this moment, Yang Yen stepped forward and said to Shui Wuxin with a faint smile, "Sister Shui, this light and shadow grand array was opened by my Yang family first. Is it possible for my Yang family to enter first?" Hearing this, Shui Wuxin took a deep look at Yang Yen, but in the end, she could not find a way to refute and could only nod gently. So, Yang Yen led her family into the gap step by step. At the beginning, Shui Wuxin felt that Yang Yen definitely did not have good intentions, especially when she saw that Yang Yen deliberately let the flirtatious man bring up the rear. However, at this moment, the gap that had been opened began to close rapidly. Obviously, the light and shadow grand array was silently operating to repair itself. Aunt Lu also sensed this and could not care about her injuries. She immediately sent out a palm, and a turbulent aura covered the giant palm of spiritual energy to attack the Yang family. But in this regard, how could the flirtatious man be unprepared? He also sent out a palm, and the power of his aura caused the space to ripple continuously, even tearing it apart. In the end, he blocked Aunt Lu's attack completely. Immediately after, his sharp and ear-piercing mocking voice rang out. "Haha, thank you, fellow Taoist Lu, for helping my Yang family drive away the two wolf kings." After that, the flirtatious man rushed into the shrinking gap. After he rushed in, the gap was completely closed, and they were completely isolated from the outside world. Damn it! Zhou Xiang punched the ground. He was so angry that his teeth were about to be crushed at this moment. He did not expect the other party to be so shameless and not care about the Yang family's reputation at all. Even Shui Wuxin, who had always been well educated, could no longer maintain her ladylike appearance at this moment. She clenched her jade-like fists, and her pretty face was full of anger and unwillingness. Moreover, she was more worried about how to open the light and shadow array. Without the power of the spiritual eye like the flirtatious man, how could they open the array quickly? At this time, Yan Chutian could no longer hide himself. He took a few steps forward and appeared in front of Shui Wuxin. He then said softly, "If Miss Shui trusts me, I have a way to open the array." However, before Shui Wuxin could reply, Zhou Xiang's furious roar rang out. "Who do you think you are? This light and shadow array cannot be opened by one's cultivation base. Even if you hide your nascent soul cultivation base, what can you do?" Shui Wuxin was indifferent. Although Zhou Xiang's attitude was too bad, she had to admit that this was the truth. At this time, Shui Wuxin also did not think that Yan Chutian could do anything. At this time, perhaps she could only continue to rely on her innate talent of perception. However, under such circumstances, Yan Chutian did not even lift his eyelids. He was still calmly looking at Shui Wuxin. He was waiting for Shui Wuxin's answer. If Shui Wuxin shook her head, he would immediately leave the team. Since the other party did not believe him, he would use his own strength to open the array. Although this speed might be slower, it was still much faster than blindly relying on luck. Being stared at by Yan Chutian like this, Shui Wuxin could not help but want to give it a try. Perhaps it was because Yan Chutian had created too many surprises. Why couldn't he continue? Therefore, in the end, Shui Wuxin met Yan Chutian's eyes and nodded gently. Shui Wuxin's reaction naturally made Zhou Xiang's expression turn ugly. He really could not understand why Shui Wuxin trusted this guy so much. So what if he was hiding some of his strength and could defeat a level 7 elixir cultivator? Such strength was still too weak in Shui Wuxin's and his eyes. But no matter how unhappy he was, Zhou Xiang did not dare to refute Shui Wuxin. Moreover, this was a good opportunity to destroy the other party's reputation. When he could not open the array and deceive Shui Wuxin, it was not impossible for him to kill him on the spot. Thinking of this, Zhou Xiang restrained his anger. However, he looked at Yan Chutian as if he was looking at a dead man. After receiving Yan Chutian's approval, Yan Chutian did not immediately move. Instead, he looked at the middle-aged woman behind Shui Wuxin and continued, "When the time comes, I will need to borrow Senior Lu's strength. I hope Miss Shui can agree." Since he had said so, how could Shui Wuxin refuse? She nodded and motioned to Aunt Lu behind her. Then, the middle-aged woman expressionlessly walked behind Yan Chutian. "Senior Lu, please attack according to this junior's orders," Yan Chutian instructed. Then, without waiting for the other party's reply, he walked step by step towards the light-shadow grand formation. When he stood out, Yan Chutian knew that it was impossible for his spiritual eye not to be exposed. Therefore, he did not hesitate in the slightest and immediately closed his eyes. At the same time, a faint light shone out from the center of his brows. The moment the dim light appeared, not only the surrounding guards, but also Zhou Xiang, Shui Wuxin, and Aunt Lu were shocked. With their eyesight, and with the previous example of the flirtatious man, how could they not see that this was also the power of the spiritual eye? But how could this be possible? This guy had also successfully cultivated the spiritual eye? How could this be? Zhou Xiang's eyes widened. His huge eyeballs were about to fall out. How could he have expected that the other party would also have the spiritual eye? If this was the case, did it not mean that he, like the flirtatious man, had the possibility of opening the array? Shui Wuxin looked at Yan Chutian. The shock in her beautiful eyes grew. Not only did she recognize that this was also the power of the spiritual eye, but it seemed that even the Yuanying stage cultivator from the Yang family was weaker than him in terms of the power of the spiritual eye. Genius memorized this site's address in 1 second. Sogu Mobile Version Website. Chapter 372. This meant that even if they both had spiritual eyes, the spiritual eye of this level 6 elixir cultivator was stronger than that of the Yuanying stage man. Too many shocking intents sprang up like bamboo shoots after the rain in an instant. Aunt Lu looked at the faint light emitted from between Yan Chutian's eyebrows. Her indifferent face could not hide the shock. The difficulty of possessing a spiritual eye was not only due to the time it took to train, but also due to one's luck. It was not an exaggeration to say that those who possessed a spiritual eye were 1 in a million. However, today she had encountered 2 people with spiritual eyes. How could she not be shocked? However, this also made her feel that the possibility of Yan Chutian opening the Great Light Formation was much higher. Even if he could not display the power to open the formation like the Yuanying stage man of the Yang family, as long as he could find the weak point of the formation like the former did, he would be able to do it. Hence, under the suppression of Aunt Lu's aura, the surrounding atmosphere quickly quietened down. Just like the seductive man from before, Yan Chutian's spirit eyes were also silently scanning the light shadow of the grand formation. 15 minutes, 30 minutes. Time continued to flow by, but what was once again unexpected to everyone was that, after a little more than 30 minutes, Yan Chutian had already pointed to an inconspicuous corner of the light-shadow grand formation and softly muttered, "Elder Lu, focus on this point." Hearing this, the middle-aged woman, Aunt Lu, looked deeply at Yan Chutian. She did not reply, but directly took action instead. As the fist slowly brewed, a strong wave of spiritual energy spread out. Even if this wave of spiritual energy was not directed at the crowd, it was still enough to make many of the elixir guards feel pressured. Even the flow of spiritual energy in their bodies was sluggish. The spiritual energy pressure was enormous, and the chi force formed by this spiritual energy was even more terrifying. The chi force was not dense, and was even more difficult to grasp than spiritual energy. However, it was this illusory chi force that unintentionally spread out that was enough to make people feel suffocated. With such an imposing manner, even Yan Chutian had to admit defeat. No matter how strong he was in the past, he was only at the 6th level of elixir. There was still a huge gap between him and the Yuanying realm. This kind of gap might not be obvious between level 6 and level 9 elixir, but once there was a huge gap between them, it would immediately become obvious. When the aura had been accumulated to the maximum, the fist style finally blasted out. Immediately, the violent power that filled the sky crazily poured out, directly shooting towards the corner of the light and shadow array that Yen Chutian had pointed at. Boom! As the fist descended, a huge roar immediately resounded. However, no matter how loud the roar was, everyone could clearly see that the radiance that was continuously spreading from various parts of the light-shadow formation had finally suppressed the power of the fist. However, no one was surprised by such a situation. The light and shadow formation was not easy to break in the first place. Otherwise, the Yuanian cultivator from the Yang family would not have to waste so many formation flags. Very quickly, Aunt Lu's attack once again gathered strength. Accompanied by the power of this punch, a torrential power surged out. After this punch, a hint of understanding appeared on her indifferent face. She could feel that as long as she continued to attack violently, she would be able to break a hole in the light and shadow formation. However, she did not expect that after the third punch, Yen Chutian would take a step forward and directly stop her. "Senior Lu, attack this part of the light and shadow formation." As he spoke, Yen Chutian pointed again. However, this time, the part of the formation that he had pointed at was different from the previous one. This sudden turn of events caused Aunt Lu to be unable to understand. Shui Wuxin and the others also had puzzled expressions on their faces. Why was this different from the Yuanian cultivator from the Yang family? This situation was so incomprehensible that the usually cold and taciturn Aunt Lu finally asked Yen Chutian indifferently, "Are you sure?" Facing the former's face, Yen Chutian nodded generously. His indifference revealed a natural posture and extreme confidence. This confidence of course made Zhou Xiang extremely angry. However, due to the fact that he had the spiritual eye, Zhou Xiang could not say anything. He could only silently curse in his heart. He cursed that Yi Qingyu was pretending to be mysterious and would lose all face later. Alright. The confidence that Yen Chutian revealed made Aunt Lu comply. In the next instant, she once again gathered the vast power in her body and punched out powerfully like before. Boom! 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 After 3 punches, Yen Chutian pointed at a new corner of the light and shadow formation. This situation finally caused Aunt Lu to become suspicious. At the same time, Zhou Xiang also gathered some courage and coldly snorted. Pretending to be mysterious, he stared disdainfully at Yen Chutian. However, under Shui Wuxin's signal, Aunt Lu still followed Yen Chutian's direction and punched out towards the other corner of the light and shadow formation. However, when this punch was thrown out, what no one had expected was that the following rumbling sounds would actually be heard continuously. The moment the rumbling stopped, the entire corner of the light and shadow array in front of him completely collapsed. This scene caused the eyes of the surrounding guards to almost pop out of their sockets. No one had expected that Aunt Lu's punch would be able to destroy the great light-shadow array. How could this small gap be compared to a small gap? Compared to the others, the middle-aged woman, Aunt Lu, as a Yuanian cultivator, was naturally the clearest about the situation in front of her. She never expected that her punch would result in such a result. When she looked again, she could clearly see that the corners of the collapsed light and shadow formation were the same as the ones she had just attacked. In just a few short breaths, she had already understood too much. This understanding made her feel great shock towards Yen Chutian. Because this situation was clearly within her expectations. Shui Wuxin's beautiful eyes were filled with shock. Even the destruction of the light and shadow formation was temporarily forgotten. She only stared at Yen Chutian's figure. However, she quickly regained her senses and hurriedly urged the group to enter the light and shadow formation. During this process, she did not forget to look back at Yen Chutian a few times. Her beautiful eyes were dazzling. If most people were shocked by Yan Chutian, there would always be one person who was filled with jealousy and even hatred towards Yan Chutian. This person was naturally Zhou Xiang. He suddenly realized that from the moment Zhou Xiang appeared, he seemed to have been at odds with him. If possible, he really wanted to immediately crush Zhou Xiang under his feet and turn him into dust. In the end, everyone eagerly entered the Grand Luster Formation. However, when they truly entered, they abruptly discovered that the Tao Lake that was within reach within the Grand Luster Formation had already disappeared. Instead, what appeared before them was still a layer of light and shadow. The expressions of the many guards and Aunt Lu changed slightly. Only Yan Chutian was able to face it calmly. This was because he had already seen that after entering the light and shadow formation, they would not appear in the center of the formation, which was in front of the Tao Lake. Otherwise, why would he have forcefully swallowed the warning that had been at the tip of his tongue earlier? There's actually another world within the light and shadow formation. Shui Wuxin's red lips parted slightly as an ugly expression appeared on her face. She had originally thought that the Tao Lake was right before her eyes, but now it seemed more like a temptation. Don't worry, Miss Shui. The Tao Lake is indeed within the light and shadow formation. However, to truly reach the Tao Lake, one can't rely on 1 or 2 attempts to break the formation to succeed. Due to the shock caused by the previous scene, no one dared to ignore Yan Chutian's words, at least within the light and shadow formation. After all, anyone could see that their greatest reliance within the light and shadow formation was Yan Chutian. Shui Wuxin lightly nodded upon hearing Yan Chutian's words, and then said with great respect, "Please enlighten us, fellow Taoist Yan." At this time, Yan Chutian did not act humble. His gaze swept around, and just like before, the light of his spiritual eye continuously spied the surroundings. He was extremely confident in the power of his spiritual eye. Even if it was not the best, it was at least much stronger than the incomplete spiritual eye of the Yang family Yuanying practitioner. In other words, he had greater confidence in truly breaking through the light and shadow formation. That coquettish man thought that he could shake them off and find the Tao Lake alone. Little did he know that this was exactly what Yan Chutian was thinking. P.S. 900,000 words. Can you subscribe more and help Blue Sky break through the 1,000,000 mark? Thanks. Chapter 373. P.S. I'm updating while I'm at school, so I can't update regularly, but I'll update twice a day. At the same time, somewhere within the light and shadow formation, the originally endlessly enchanting woman's beautiful face was now filled with an ugly expression. Yang Yan didn't expect that after entering the light-shadow grand array, she wouldn't be able to touch the Tao Lake immediately. If she wanted to get close to the Tao Lake, she would have to break through these layers of barriers. Just like Yang Yan, the beautiful man in the Yuanying stage also had an ugly expression on his face. He knew that his spirit eye was incomplete. Not only was it not as useful as a real spirit eye, but if he kept using it, he might not be able to persist. It might even worsen his already damaged spirit eye. But if he didn't use his spirit eye, how could he break through so many barriers one by one? Helpless, he could only use his spirit eye for a period of time and then quickly recover. But this way, it was destined that the long time needed to break through the barriers would be extended infinitely. Therefore, this made Yang Yan even more angry. But in this anger, she thought of Shui Wuxin and felt much better. In her mind, the woman from the Yang family who had been fooled by her could only wait outside the light-shadow grand array, helpless. Yang Yan would never have thought that Shui Wuxin, under the lead of Yan Chutian, was breaking through the barriers that even they found extremely difficult to break through. Step by step, whether it was Shui Wuxin, the other guards, or even Zhou Xiang, who disliked Yan Chutian, couldn't help but believe in him. Shui Wuxin couldn't help but feel that perhaps even Yang Yan's team couldn't break through the barriers as fast as them. Looking at Yan Chutian's back, although this woman had a gentle appearance, she had always been arrogant. For the first time, other than the heaven realm's top pride that she worshipped in her heart, she also revered another person. After advancing for a few dozen feet, the pure white Tao lake that had disappeared finally appeared in front of everyone's eyes. A distance of 1,000 feet might seem extremely short, but only after personally experiencing it would one be able to understand just how many traps were present in this 1,000-feet journey. Even if Yan Chutian did his best, it still took him half a day. It was hard to imagine how much time it would take for them to succeed without Yan Chutian. Or rather, it would be more accurate to say that there was no way out at all. Yan Chutian had used his spiritual eyes in succession. Similarly, Aunt Lu had also used up quite a bit of her spiritual eyes. The enormous aura that lingered around her was somewhat dispirited. After all, it was her, a Yuanying realm cultivator, who had broken the seal. Since the Tao Lake was right in front of them, Yan Chutian requested for them to rest for a while. Shui Wuxin naturally agreed to this. As for the surrounding guards, they were clearly just following along, so how could they have the face to say anything at this time? In reality, the so-called rest was merely 15 minutes. After 15 minutes, Yan Chutian once again stood up. At the same time, Aunt Lu also stood up and followed behind him as before. Then, he repeated his previous actions. However, the atmosphere of the crowd had already become excited once again. As each layer of the barrier was broken, the pure white lake would become a little clearer. In other words, the Tao Lake was only 10 feet away from them. However, this 10-feet distance still took more than an hour. After an hour, when the last layer of the barrier was broken, a rich and mysterious aura immediately gushed out. Even though they had yet to step into it, all the cultivators who sensed this aura felt comfortable all over. Immediately after stepping into it, an enormous lake appeared before their eyes. The lake water was pure white, and strands of white aura rose from it. They lingered on the surface of the lake and intertwined with each other, appearing rather strange. This was the Tao Lake. The Tao Lake. Seeing the Tao Lake, the faces of every guard were unprecedentedly excited. After all, the Tao Lake was right in front of them. How could they not be moved? However, not everyone was moved. Since the moment they arrived, they knew that although the Tao Lake was good, it was not a place that all the guards before reaching it would be able to enter. It had been explained long ago that if one wanted to enter the Tao Lake, they would have to pass through the Tao Gate beside the Tao Lake. However, each Tao Gate appeared without a trace, and the number of people who could enter each Tao Gate was limited. This was also why Zhou Xiang had been extremely unhappy when Yan Chutian had obtained a spot to enter the Tao Lake. Everyone, spread out and search for the Tao Gate. Yes. At Shui Wuxin's command, the guards immediately spread out and began to search for traces of the rumored Tao Gate in the surroundings of the vast Tao Lake. After giving the order, Shui Wuxin also began to search. However, she was extremely smart and unconsciously followed Yan Chutian closely. She knew that the spirit I would have a great advantage in searching for the Tao Gate. Although Yan Chutian was aware of Shui Wuxin's little thoughts, he was not surprised. After all, if he were in her shoes, he would most likely do the same. Yan Chutian did not pay any attention to her and swept his gaze across the area. His spirit eye had already been opened, and a dim light spread out in the surrounding area, searching every inch of land. The spirit eye could see through all illusions. If there was a Tao Gate hidden, it would naturally be able to see through it. However, the Tao Lake was vast. Even if one knew that there was a Tao Gate hidden, it would still take a lot of time to truly find it. Walking along the shore of the lake, Yan Chutian searched for almost an hour before he discovered something strange on the shore of the lake in front of him. Although Shui Wuxin could not see what Yan Chutian was looking at, she knew from his actions that the former had most likely discovered the hidden Tao Gate. Sure enough, when Yan Chutian approached the source of the abnormality, he gently extended his hand. Instantly, ripples akin to a stone being thrown into the water surface rippled out. As the ripples spread out, strands of golden light spread out. As the light continued to gather, a golden Tao gate slowly appeared. When the golden Tao gate appeared, it was accompanied by a rich golden light. This light did not need any words. The gazes of the surrounding guards gathered and stared at the golden Tao gate. Tao gate! A guard shouted excitedly with hidden surprise. He was at the 8th level of the elixir realm and was one of the guards qualified to enter the Tao gate. Tao gate! Immediately, similar cries of surprise sounded one after another. Of course, Zhou Xiang was among them. After all, he was looking forward to using the power of the Tao Lake to completely condense his embryonic 5th spiritual rune. When that time came, he might even step into the Yuanying realm. Therefore, if he could not even find the Tao Gate, how could he enter the Tao Lake? In the next moment, the surrounding figures gathered around Yan Chutian. With Shui Wuxin as the leader, they stared at the golden Tao Gate. As far as they could see, there was a clear ancient word on the top of the golden Tao Gate. 10. Yan Chutian said softly. He did not need to think too much to know that this 10 was probably the limit of the number of people who could pass through the Tao Gate. From the looks of it, less than half of their group would not be able to use the Tao Gate to enter the Tao Lake. Yan Chutian did not care about this limit. After all, he was alone and had already won a spot for himself from Shui Wuxin. Secondly, he was fully qualified to take up a spot along the way. If not for him, Shui Wuxin and the others would not have been able to reach the Tao Gate. Therefore, Yan Chutian quietly waited on the side for Shui Wuxin to assign the spots. He believed that Shui Wuxin should have been prepared for this situation. Sure enough, Shui Wuxin immediately began to distribute them in an orderly manner. In just a few words, the 9 people were chosen. Apart from herself and Aunt Lu, the rest of the guards were at the 7th level of the elixir realm and above and had contributed the most. 9 people, including Yan Chutian, made a total of 10 people. Shui Wuxin nodded slightly at Yan Chutian, then looked at Aunt Lu. The latter gestured. Boundless spiritual energy surged around her as she slowly walked into the Tao Gate. Seeing that Aunt Lu had safely entered, Shui Wuxin looked at Yan Chutian again and said softly, "Fellow Taoist Yan, please." Since they were already in front of the Tao Lake, Yan Chutian would not be polite and immediately stepped into the Tao Gate. Following closely behind him, Shui Wuxin also took light steps forward. Behind Shui Wuxin and Yan Chutian were Zhou Xiang and the other guards, who had an unresigned look on their faces. Chapter 374. The golden door seemed to be formless, but only when one stepped through it would one feel as if there was an invisible barrier between heaven and earth. Once they stepped through the door, a much thicker and more profound aura surged towards them from the surrounding heaven and earth. In an instant, not to mention Yan Chutian, even the surrounding guards couldn't help but rush into the pure white lake. Shui Wuxin also felt a little helpless when she saw this scene. However, with such an opportunity before her, she couldn't care too much and quickly rushed into the lake. At first contact, the lake gave Yan Chutian an extremely cold feeling, but soon after, a dense profound aura surged into his body. He didn't need to deliberately absorb it as the profound aura surged towards him on its own accord. Such a situation made Yan Chutian impatiently sit down and allow the pure white lake water and profound aura to submerge his body. At this moment, Yan Chutian only had the method to condense the mystic heart saint rune in his mind. Everything had been prepared, and the condensation of the mystic heart saint rune was inevitable. At the same time, Zhou Xiang also sat down somewhere in the Tao Lake and couldn't wait to condense the embryonic form of his 5th spiritual rune. If he could truly condense the 5th spiritual rune, he would only be a step away from the Yuanying realm. If he stepped into the Yuanying realm, he wouldn't be a mere guard captain anymore. Yen Chu would also be an insignificant ant in his eyes. Huff, her red lips gently exhaled. Somewhere in the Tao Lake, far away from the crowd, where the pure white aura lingered, Shui Wuxin and Aunt Lu sat quietly. After all, they were women. Naturally, they couldn't interact with the men while sitting in the Dao Lake. Sitting in a place far away from the crowd, and with Aunt Lu's protection, Shui Wuxin also quickly sat down in the lake. She definitely couldn't waste a single bit of such an excellent cultivation environment. Just like Zhou Xiang, she was also filled with longing for the Yuanying realm. Time always passed extremely quickly while sitting cross-legged in cultivation. It was as if a day had quietly passed in the blink of an eye. A day passed, and while everyone was still cultivating, Yan Chutian slowly opened his eyes. After a day, he finally found a trace of the embryonic form of the mystic heart Saint Rune. However, after that, it was difficult to make any further progress. But didn't this mean that the mystic heart Saint Rune would be difficult to condense? Yan Chutian gradually frowned as he swept his gaze around, trying to find the best location in the Dao Lake. However, when he swept his gaze around, his gaze was all about the same. This caused him to involuntarily look even deeper into the cave. He knew that there were rumors of a Dao platform in the Dao Lake. If he could find one, it might be the place where he could refine the mystic heart Saint Rune. With that thought of the mystic heart Saint Rune, he's twos, after all. Therefore, in the next moment, Yan Chutian quietly got up and slowly headed deeper into the Dao Lake. Splash! The pure white lake water rippled around his feet. Yan Chutian opened his spirit eye and constantly swept his surroundings. However, he didn't find the Dao platform. Instead, he saw Shui Wuxin, who was sitting cross-legged in a hidden place. Shui Wuxin was half submerged in the lake water. Her thin clothes were wet and clung tightly to her delicate body, completely outlining her exquisite figure. Just a glance at her would make one's blood boil. Moreover, Yan Chutian could see Aunt Lu's existence with a slight turn of his gaze. However, Yan Chutian didn't dare to look at her because Yuanying stage cultivators had extremely sharp senses. Perhaps the other party couldn't see him now, but if his gaze fell on the other party's body, it was very likely that the other party would notice him. In fact, no matter how careful Yan Chutian was, Aunt Lu still gently opened her slightly closed eyes. In the next instant, she swept her gaze around and even looked in Yan Chutian's direction. Shui Wuxin also sensed her actions. Her heart tightened slightly as she asked softly, "Aunt Lu, what's wrong? There seems to be a spying gaze in the dark." "What?" In an instant, Shui Wuxin's heart tightened. Her beautiful eyes also swept around cautiously. But with her ability, what could she see? After a fruitless search, she could only look at the middle-aged woman beside her and ask softly, "Aunt Lu, who is it?" Hearing this, Aunt Lu nodded slightly. Even though she was a Yuanying stage cultivator and had extremely sharp senses, the other party was too cunning and had hidden their tracks in an instant. However, she wasn't completely clueless. "I don't know his identity, but to be able to spy through the mysterious aura of this Dao Lake, it's very likely that he's using some kind of ability." Shui Wuxin wasn't a fool. Although the middle-aged woman hadn't said it explicitly, she had pretty much made it clear. Even Aunt Lu, a Yuanying stage cultivator, couldn't spy on this Dao Lake. So, what else could it be but a spirit eye that could see through all illusions? As for the one with the spirit eye, it was Yan Chutian, who had followed her into this Dao Lake. Casually glancing at her appearance, Shui Wuxin knew how tempting she was to those men. It was no wonder that she had been spied on. With this thought, Shui Wuxin not only felt annoyed, but also embarrassed. After all, she could completely imagine what kind of thoughts would appear in the other party's mind when they spied on her. "Aunt Lu, set up the spirit veil," Shui Wuxin hurriedly said. Following her words, Aunt Lu formed a seal with her lily-white hands. Boundless spirit energy surged out and condensed around the two of them. Enormous spirit energy screens descended. The spirit veil was not only a defensive measure, but it could also block vision. Even if someone's gaze could penetrate it, it would definitely be detected by the owner of the spirit veil. At the same time, Yan Chutian had already left. As for whether the other party would think that he was spying on them, he wasn't worried. In any case, he could just deny it. Moreover, he could also push the blame to the Yuanying stage cultivator of the Yang family, because the other party also cultivated a spirit eye. Continuing to walk towards the depths of the Dao Lake, Yan Chutian put away those complicated thoughts and carefully scanned the surroundings, not paying any attention to the slightest corner. He had already made up his mind to find the Dao platform. As long as the Dao platform was in this Dao Lake, he would definitely find it. However, it was only when he really started searching that Yan Chutian realized how difficult it was to find the Dao platform and how vast this Dao Lake was. After searching for several hours, Yan Chutian still couldn't find any trace of the Dao platform. However, it wasn't like he didn't find anything. As he searched, he seemed to sense some strange sounds coming from ahead. Silently restraining his aura, Yan Chutian cautiously approached. Under the scan of his spirit eye, he finally saw that there was also a figure slowly moving forward in the Dao Lake a few dozen feet away. Yan Chutian knew the identity of this person. He should be the young master of the Jin family. He didn't expect him to also step into the Dao Lake. Moreover, from the looks of it, he was clearly looking for something. When it came to searching in this Dao Lake, what else could it be other than searching for the Dao platform? However, unlike Yan Chutian, the young master had a mysterious fragment in his hand. The fragment faintly emitted a light and an indescribable aura faintly spread out. It seemed to be guiding the way. This made Yan Chutian unavoidably shocked. Could it be that the young master of the Jin family was relying on this fragment to find the Dao platform? Therefore, how could Yan Chutian ignore the young master of the Jin family? He silently followed the young master's footsteps and slowly walked in the vast Dao Lake. Along the way, Yan Chutian could vaguely see that the fragment in the young master of the Jin family was actually becoming more and more dazzling. Did this mean that he was constantly approaching the Dao platform? But what exactly was this fragment? It could actually sense the existence of the Dao platform. After another 1,000 feet, the fragment's light was extremely dazzling. At the same time, Yan Chutian could also see that there was a similar dazzling light blooming in front of him. From afar, it was clearly a bright platform that was several dozen feet tall and emitted a mysterious aura. This was the Dao platform? The Dao platform. Clearly, the young master of the Jin family was extremely excited when he saw the Dao platform. It was obvious that his goal was this legendary Dao platform. Therefore, now that he had found it, how could he not be excited? Genius memorized this site's address in 1 second. Sogu Mobile Version Website. Chapter 375. Looking at the platform in front of him, Yan Chutian gradually understood why the young master of the Jin family was able to find this platform. Because the fragment in his hand actually came from the mysterious platform. The aura emitted by the two items came from the same source. It was no wonder that he was able to find the platform with the fragment. Yan Chutian did not expect that he would be able to find the platform by chance. But because of this, he was destined to have a battle with the young master of the Jin family. Because there was only one platform. If the young master of the Jin family occupied it, there would not be a second platform. Therefore, at this time, Yan Chutian did not hesitate any longer. Following the gradual release of the aura around him, his body also slowly revealed itself from the darkness. The sudden appearance of the aura immediately caused Jin Hong's originally joyful mood to tense up. His cold gaze suddenly swept across the area and in a split second, the owner of the aura entered his eyes. But when he saw the owner of the aura clearly, Jin Hong let out a sigh of relief. Because the person in front of him was only at the 6th level of elixir. No matter how he appeared here, his cultivation level was only at the 6th level of elixir. A mere 6th level elixir was no more than an ant in Jin Hong's eyes. He could suppress him with a lift of his hand. But because of this, Jin Hong could not help but be surprised. How did this 6th-level elixir fellow appear here? If he had followed him here, it would have been impossible. How could a 6th-level Yuan Dan cultivator follow behind him without him noticing? Could it be that he really found this place by chance? And what Jin Hong did not expect was that before he could even open his mouth, the 6th-level elixir ant opposite him spoke first. "Young master of the Jin family, I would also like to try to ascend this platform." "You're courting death," Jin Hong coldly snorted, a cold light bursting out from his eyes as he closed in on Yan Chutian. He did not expect that this unknown 6th-level elixir cultivator would be so arrogant. He actually dared to fight with him for the platform. Could it be that he could not see the huge gap between him and him? Therefore, after shouting, Jin Hong did not bother to speak any more nonsense. He was determined to obtain this platform. Since this 6th-level elixir cultivator was so arrogant, he did not mind killing him. Xiao! In an instant, Jin Hong's body had already burst out. He clenched one fist, and a majestic spiritual energy surged and gathered. The powerful pressure of a 9th-level elixir cultivator was undoubtedly revealed. This punch, not to mention a 6th-level elixir cultivator, even a 8th-level elixir cultivator, would only be severely injured. Furthermore, Jin Hong did not expect that his opponent would not dodge or evade his punch. From the looks of it, he actually wanted to face him head-on? This scene caused Jin Hong to laugh mockingly. He had never seen such an arrogant fellow before. Boom! In the time it took for a spark to fly off a flint, a fist imprint had already landed on Yan Chutian's palms. At the moment of contact, the mocking smile on Jin Hong's face froze. When this punch landed, it was as if it had landed on a piece of metal. The rebounding force struck him, causing his own fist imprint to feel waves of pain. Looking back, Jin Hong's face turned ugly. He could not believe what he saw. This 6th-level elixir cultivator was actually standing on the spot without moving at all. He did not seem to be injured at all. But how was this possible? How could a mere 6th-level elixir cultivator block his full-strength punch? That punch had clearly shaken him to the point of pain. But no matter how unbelievable it was, this was the truth. Whether it was the pain in his hand or Yan Chutian's faint smile, they were all silently repeating the truth. Jin Clan's young master, the power of your punch is not enough. At the same time, Yan Chutian's disdainful voice sounded in a timely manner. This undoubtedly stimulated Jin Hong's nerve. To him, this was the greatest humiliation to himself. However, he could not refute this. He could only pour all his anger into the next violent attack. The vigorous spiritual energy was quickly mobilized. The huge aura that was emitted was something that even the 5 young masters of the top 5 regions in the mortal world could not compare to. And this was only a heaven's pride from a certain corner of a barren continent in the heaven realm. From this, it was not difficult to know the huge gap between the mortal world and the heaven realm. It was no exaggeration to say that such a gap was like heaven and earth. Back to the topic at hand. When the spiritual energy around Jin Hong's body surged to the extreme, a powerful attack was also brewing. Cloud-destroying star-splitting finger. Xiao! As he pointed out with his finger, a sharp sound of wind breaking rang out. The power of this finger was so strong that even if a star were to stand in its way, it would be destroyed. This was one of the powerful spirit techniques that Jin Hong had cultivated. Although it was not the strongest, most of the time, even cultivators of the same level would fall under this spirit technique of his. However, what Jin Hong did not expect was that under his gaze, in the face of the power of his finger, the other party still did not dodge. It was as if his attack was still nothing in the other party's eyes. This made Jin Hong's heart burn with anger. However, perhaps because of the previous incident, he did not say anything ruthless. However, that ferocious and terrifying face still announced the huge flames in his heart. Jin Hong's idea was extremely simple. As long as he cruelly defeated the other party, it would be time for him to mock him wantonly. However, when the power of this finger really descended, a scene that Jin Hong could not accept was played out again. With a finger, it descended on the seemingly ordinary spiritual energy light screen. However, in the end, it was unable to break it. The ordinary spiritual energy light screen actually had an unimaginably amazing tenacity. No matter how fierce and violent the attack was, it was constantly being consumed under the light screen. Damn it! Jin Hong gritted his teeth. With a low shout, he activated his spiritual energy and completely detonated the power of this finger. With the complete explosion, his face finally looked better. This was because the spiritual energy light screen had completely exploded under the power of this finger. However, when Jin Hong's face looked better, at the same time that the power exploded, a hidden force suddenly attacked. He quickly glanced over. Jin Hong completely did not expect that the other party would dare to take the initiative to attack. You don't know the meaning of death. Jin Hong was furious. As he waved his hands, he had already turned the turbulent spiritual energy in his body into layers of feathers to protect his body. Mysterious feather armor. When the feathers were completely formed, it was as if a feather armor had been draped over his body. However, Jin Hong was very clear that although his feather armor looked fragile, its defensive power was extremely strong. Moreover, in terms of defense, the mysterious feather armor could reflect almost half of the power back. If the enemy was not prepared, they could be directly injured by the mysterious feather armor. Bang! In the blink of an eye, the hidden force had already bombarded the mysterious feather armor. The result was as Jin Hong expected. The attack that the other party bombarded the mysterious feather armor could not cause any damage at all. On the contrary, the reflection force directly pushed the other party back dozens of feet. This scene finally caused a proud and complacent smile to appear on Jin Hong's face. At the same time, Yan Chutian's face was slightly stunned. As he retreated, his spiritual eye had already swept over and landed on the strange feather armor. After a while, Yan Chutian gradually realized that this feather armor not only had a strong defensive power, but also had an extremely strong reflection force. He had to admit that the heaven realm was full of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Even a random cultivator could not ignore it. Otherwise, with Yan Chutian's current situation, it was very likely that he would fail miserably. However, since he understood, no matter how strange this feather armor was, it could only end up being destroyed today. Seeing that Yan Chutian had once again gathered his strength to attack, Jin Hong did not have the intention to counterattack. Instead, he lifted the mysterious feather armor again, revealing a playful smile on his face. In his heart, he thought that no matter what, the other party would not be able to hurt him. Instead, the other party would be injured. This would definitely be very interesting. Moreover, only such a teasing could make Jin Hong disperse the anger in his heart. Otherwise, even if he immediately suppressed it, he would not be able to vent the negative emotions. Looking at Jin Hong's expression, Yan Chutian was expressionless. Of course, he could not control the other party's emotions. However, he would tell the other party that the real result would not be as good as he thought. Genius remembered this site's address in 1 second. Sogu Mobile Version Website. Chapter 376. Yan Chutian's aura continued to accumulate, lingering on his right fist. When the aura seemed to have reached its peak, he lifted his foot and stomped on the ground. With the help of the recoil force, his body shot out. Seeing such an ordinary punch coming at him, the ridicule on Jin Hong's face was revealed without any concealment. Such an attack was not much different from before. Naturally, it would be useless in front of his mysterious feather armor. But thinking about it, it made sense. After all, his cultivation was only at the 6th level of elixir. Even if he had some outstanding points, in front of his own cultivation of the 9th level of elixir, what could he do? Under the two people's different emotions, Yan Chutian's fist finally collided with Jin Hong's profound feather armor. However, what surprised Jin Hongwei was that he did not feel the slightest bit of vibration from the punch. Could it be that the power of his opponent's punch was so weak that even his mysterious feather armor could not be shaken? However, before Jin Hong could sneer, he suddenly saw a strange smile on Yan Chutian's face. This made him subconsciously feel that something was wrong. In the next instant, a sudden surge of power directly exploded in front of his body. Boom! After the huge explosion, a huge wave of air was sent flying again. It was enough to make the space tremble. Jin Hong did not expect such a sudden explosion. Even if he had the protective spiritual energy, it was torn apart in a moment. The surging power continued to attack. Not only did it tear his clothes apart, but it also hit his chest. The power of vibration spread. Jin Hong only felt his throat heat up, and he was about to spit out a mouthful of blood. At the same time, his body was naturally retreating in a sorry state. He barely managed to stop himself. At this moment, Jin Hong did not even have time to care about his injuries. He immediately looked at Yan Chutian. He found it hard to accept that the explosive force had suddenly appeared in front of him, but the mysterious feather armor had clearly blocked in front of him. How was this possible? Looking at Jin Hong's embarrassed and shocked face, Yan Chutian calmly withdrew his fist. The reason why his attack was able to penetrate the opponent's armor was naturally because it was not a simple attack, but the mysterious yang energy. The mysterious yang energy's attacking method was impossible to guard against. It was obviously just an ordinary punch, but there was a hidden force that permeated the air. The true power of the mysterious yang energy was precisely the second eruption of this hidden energy. When caught off guard, the sudden eruption of hidden energy was enough to cause unpredictable damage to the enemy. Jin Hong's current situation was an excellent demonstration of the Xianyang energy. At this time, since he had already succeeded, Yan Chutian naturally would not give him a chance to breathe. Taking advantage of the victory, the mysterious yang energy burst out again. The fist fell on the mysterious feather armor, but there was still not much movement. However, with the previous encounter, Jin Hong did not dare to underestimate it now. He was carefully on guard, and the spiritual power around his body had already gathered. Not letting down Jin Hong's vigilance, the mysterious yang energy suddenly burst out in front of him like before. This time, even if Jin Hong was prepared, when the hidden energy really burst out, it was still difficult for him to resist. Even if a lot of the power was reduced, the remaining power still made him retreat a few steps, and the aura in his body was turbulent again. After that, Jin Hong quickly retreated and did not dare to stay in the same place for a moment. Otherwise, if the opponent continued to take the opportunity to attack, it would be extremely difficult for him to resist under such a strange attack method. Looking at Jin Hong's retreating figure, Yan Chutian did not take the opportunity to attack again. Instead, he stayed in the same place and stabilized his own situation. The strength of the mysterious yang energy was almost half due to the mysterious yang energy. However, the mysterious yang energy was not the same as spiritual power. Even the current Yan Chutian had a limited amount of it. However, he naturally wouldn't reveal such a reason. As Jin Hong rapidly retreated, Yan Chutian's mocking laughter rang out once again. "Young Master Jin, fleeing in such a sorry state, is it because you know you can't beat me and are ready to give up the platform?" Yan Chutian's smile made Jin Hong want to spit out a mouthful of blood. The humiliation in his heart was almost unbearable. However, he could not find any words to argue with, because his current situation was that he was fleeing in a sorry state. However, in the end, he was relieved that the opponent did not continue to attack. Otherwise, his situation would be even more panicked. However, it was also because of this that Jin Hong, who turned around, could no longer show the slightest contempt on his face. Yan Chutian's performance had reached a level that was enough to threaten him. Even if Jin Hong did not want to believe it, he had to admit that if he continued to underestimate him, it was very likely that he would fail miserably today. If he really failed miserably, the consequences would be too great. Not only would it be an unacceptable humiliation for him, but it would also cause him to lose the platform. And this platform would determine whether he could attempt to break through to the Yuanying state. Therefore, no matter what, he could not let go of this platform. If he let it go, who knew where the next opportunity to break through to the Yuanying state would be? King Tru Yang pattern. Jin Hong shouted in a low voice. His eyes revealed a dignified expression as strands of mysterious patterns gathered continuously. After a while, the patterns had condensed into a spiritual pattern that emitted a dazzling light. This spiritual pattern was extremely powerful. It spread out with a huge pressure that many Elixir Stage 9 cultivators could not resist. This King Tru Yang pattern was the fourth spiritual pattern that Jin Hong had condensed, and it was complete. Although he had also condensed the fifth spirit rune, it was not complete. He was waiting for the opportunity of the Tao platform to complete it. Seeing that his opponent had used the spiritual pattern, Yan Chutian's expression also turned solemn. This was because with his eyesight, he could easily tell that this was the fourth spiritual pattern. Great Thunder Pattern. With a low shout, Yan Chutian also summoned his fourth spiritual pattern. A lightning rune appeared in the sky, accompanied by the rumbling of thunder. Dazzling lightning could be clearly seen brewing around the lightning pattern. It could descend at any time like the wrath of the heavens. King Tru Yang pattern, kill. Almost at the same time that Yan Chutian summoned his spiritual pattern, Jin Hong could not wait to summon his own spiritual pattern. Instantly, the dazzling light became even more dazzling. At the same time, it spread out with an extreme heat. Amidst the light and heat, an arrow that was surrounded by flames gradually emerged from the King Tru Yang pattern. This flaming arrow did not move, but in the next moment it suddenly exploded. Instantly, a monstrous flame exploded behind the arrow, and the energy waves that it emitted were extremely powerful. Whoosh! A fire arrow, as if piercing through space, directly appeared in front of Yan Chutian. Feeling the energy waves emitted by this flaming arrow, even a 9th-level elixir cultivator would be seriously injured by this spiritual pattern arrow if he was careless. It was no exaggeration to say that this was Jin Hong's most powerful attack. Facing such an attack, Yan Chutian naturally would not underestimate or hesitate. He immediately activated his Great Thunder pattern. Boom boom! That lightning pattern had a huge roar of thunder that spread rapidly. At the same time, the lightning that had been brewing around the lightning pattern completely exploded, and went straight for the flaming arrow, enveloping it. Yan Chutian's Great Thunder pattern had never restrained its momentum. Its power was like a movement, big, huge and turbulent. Boom! The flaming arrow and the surging lightning quickly collided in midair. However, no matter how terrifying the arrow was, it still trembled when the lightning enveloped it. However, that was all. When the lightning invaded, the dazzling flames burned fiercely. The lightning was unable to damage the core of the arrow. Otherwise, the flaming arrow would have collapsed long ago. Therefore, it seemed that this was a result of a tie. However, even if it was a tie, Jin Hong's expression was still ugly and gloomy. This was because he was a 9th-level elixir cultivator, which was 3 levels higher than his opponent's cultivation. Therefore, even if it was a tie, how could he be happy? On the contrary, it was still a huge humiliation. At this moment, Jin Hong looked at Yan Chutian with a fierce gaze, as if he wanted to bite him into pieces. This guy was clearly a 6th-level elixir cultivator. How could he be so difficult to deal with? Chapter 377. Jin Hong's expression was ugly. He had never seen such a troublesome level 6 elixir cultivator. If he could, he really wanted to tear this level 6 elixir cultivator into pieces. However, Jin Hong knew that it would be difficult to do so. After exchanging blows, the strength of this level 6 elixir cultivator had far exceeded his imagination. Furthermore, in Jin Hong's opinion, Yan Chutian's true strength was comparable to some level 9 elixir cultivators, or even stronger. This was because many level 9 elixir cultivators did not dare to say that they could fight him to such an extent. However, he still had the same word. He was determined to obtain this Tao platform, and he could not afford to lose it. Therefore, in the next instant, Jin Hong gritted his teeth and made up his mind. When he lifted his gaze again, there was a fierce glint in his eyes. Next he would go all out, and this kind of recklessness would require him to pay a huge price. Since his opponent had forced him to such an extent, he would have to bear the consequences of such a price. Divine Mystic Demonic Rune. After brewing for a moment, Jin Hong's low voice slowly rang out. A black magma-like substance continuously spread out from his body. This black substance did not have any terrifying fluctuations, but when it spread out, it caused the space to melt. It was hard to imagine what kind of destruction this substance would cause if it landed on a cultivator's body. The black substance spread out and finally converged above Jin Hong's head. As the substance converged, a mysterious spiritual rune that emitted a jet-black light slowly appeared. The mysterious spiritual rune continued to appear. The more the spiritual rune appeared, the more obvious the melting of the surrounding space was. It was as if the space was collapsing due to the power emitted by this spiritual rune. However, Yan Chutian could clearly see that this black demonic rune was constantly appearing, but in the end it could not be completely revealed. At the end of this spiritual rune, there was a hint of fragmentation. Obviously, this spiritual rune was not completely condensed. Therefore, Yan Chutian could guess that this was the 5th spiritual rune that the Jin family's young master had condensed. From the looks of it, even Shui Wuxin was inferior to him. Feeling the corrosive power of the magic pattern, Yan Chutian still did not dare to underestimate it. After all, he had yet to condense the 5th spiritual pattern and had only found the way. However, this did not mean that he had to be afraid, because he had condensed the mark of the true dragon. The true dragon mark was a taboo, not only in the mortal world, but also in the heaven realm. Such a true dragon mark was enough to give Yan Chutian great confidence. With this thought, Yan Chutian naturally did not hesitate any longer. He silently closed his eyes and slowly activated the true dragon mark in his body. Wah! A dazzling flame appeared first, and within the flame, a 4-legged giant beast was faintly discernible. Yan Chutian was unwilling to reveal his true dragon mark. Hence, even if he used it, he would conceal it. However, even so, when the true dragon mark appeared, it still made Jin Hong keenly feel a trace of danger. However, in the next moment, Jin Hong abandoned this feeling. No matter what kind of spiritual rune the other party had used, it had already forced him to use the incomplete divine mystic devil mark. To make him pay the price, he had to bear the consequences. Divine mystic devil mark lock. Wah! With a stern shout, wisps of black aura appeared on the dark black devil mark. Following that, from the black aura there were actually black chains that shot out, heading straight for Yan Chutian. Jin Hong was well aware of the tyranny of his divine mystic devil mark. As long as it was bound by the devil mark lock, no matter what it was, it could only be melted bit by bit. His first target was naturally Yan Chutian. However, the lock could not trap him, but it was enough to bind his spiritual runes. Under the melting of his own devil mark lock, it could annihilate the spiritual runes, and this annihilation was the real thing. It could completely erase the spiritual runes from the other party's Dantian elixir. Seeing the devil mark lock shooting towards him, Yan Chutian naturally would not let himself be trapped. He immediately manipulated the true dragon mark above his head, and from the dragon's mouth, a monstrous hot flame gushed out. Boom! Billowing flames surged out, instantly enveloping the devil mark lock. Being enveloped by the flames, Jin Hong's expression suddenly changed, because he felt the devil mark lock collapsing from the flames. The devil mark lock of his divine mystic devil mark was actually unable to resist the burning of the other party's spiritual rune fire. However, Jin Hong's reaction was sharp. He immediately felt the devil mark lock collapsing, and he immediately formed seals again, sacrificing his own power into the divine mystic devil mark. A steady stream of power poured in, and from the dark black devil mark, strands of black aura slowly fell down like vines. In the intertwining of the black aura, a black palm print gradually condensed. Just like the spiritual rune itself, this black palm print did not fluctuate, but if an ordinary person looked at this black palm print, they would feel a sense of suffocation. It was not difficult to know that this black palm print was not as simple as it looked on the surface. If hit by this black palm print, perhaps even a 9th-level elixir cultivator would be seriously injured or even killed. Facing this black palm print, Yan Chutian's countermeasure was the same as before, using the true dragon mark to resist. Roar! The true dragon roared, accompanied by a huge roar, and scorching flames constantly surged, rushing towards the black palm print. After a moment, the true dragon mark and the black palm print fiercely collided. At the moment of collision, a huge roar resounded again. However, this time, it seemed that Jin Hong's attack finally gained the upper hand. The black palm print pressed down, and the scorching flames were constantly extinguished. Then, this black palm print appeared above the true dragon mark's body. However, this scene did not make Jin Hong happy. In the next moment, a powerful force swept out from the blurry body, and the force was so great that it directly forced the black palm print back. And it was also at this moment that Jin Hong seemed to have seen the full appearance of the true dragon mark. In the blurry state, he seemed to have seen a dragon's head. True dragon! Jin Hong was in a daze, and he even forgot to defend himself. Instead, he kept thinking about the scene he saw in the blurry state. Even though the scene appeared for only a moment and was immediately covered by flames, the scene that appeared in the blurry state was incomparably clear in Jin Hong's mind at this moment. Jin Hong's reaction made Yan Chutian suddenly realize something, but there was nothing he could do about it. The true dragon mark was extremely powerful, and it could not be limited by the number of spiritual runes condensed. However, the more power it unleashed, the more the full appearance of the dragon mark would appear. However, since it was already like this, Yan Chutian naturally would not let it go. Taking advantage of Jin Hong's daze, he quickly attacked. Therefore, after a moment, Jin Hong, who was seized by Yan Chutian, was defeated in a sorry state. His body fell back into the Dao Lake, and Jin Hong tightly clutched his chest. However, compared to his own defeat, what he was more concerned about was the last spiritual rune that the other party had just displayed. What exactly was it? He vaguely saw a dragon's head, and of course, he thought of the true dragon mark, but then he did not dare to think about it. What was the true dragon mark? It was a forbidden spiritual rune. Not to mention the poor corner of the Nine-Yang continent in the heaven realm, even among the many geniuses in the rich continents, none of them had ever condensed a forbidden spiritual rune. But now, he actually saw a cultivator who had condensed a forbidden spiritual rune. How was this possible? Jin Hong was bewildered, and Yan Chutian naturally did not have any intention of paying attention to him. Otherwise, if the true dragon mark was really exposed, he might not be able to bear the consequences. Because of the appearance of the true dragon mark, there was no need to think too much to know that it would definitely attract the people of the God realm. If he fell into the hands of the God realm, regardless of whether his identity was exposed or not, he would definitely die. Seeing Yan Chutian's fierce gaze, Jin Hong could only retreat. Otherwise, if the other party attacked again, it was not impossible for his life to end here. As for the true dragon mark, he had already forgotten about it. Firstly, he found it hard to believe that it was really the true dragon mark. Secondly, he had failed to fight for the Tao platform, and just now, he had used the celestial demon mark. Next, he did not have much confidence in perfecting it by relying on the Tao lake. Not to mention whether he could use this opportunity to break through to the Yuanying realm in one go. At the same time, looking at the Tao platform in front of him, Yan Chutian no longer had the excitement from before. Because his true dragon mark was very likely to be exposed, it seemed that he could only cultivate on the Tao platform and leave immediately. Chapter 378. After making up his mind, Yan Chutian's gaze once again landed on the platform. Only by looking at this profound Tao platform could Yan Chutian's state of mind slightly calm down. With the help of this platform, he was confident that he could successfully condense the Mystic Heart Saint Rune. If he could condense the Mystic Heart Saint Rune, his strength would increase by a lot. This was because the Mystic Heart Saint Rune would be Yan Chutian's fifth spiritual rune. If a level 9 elixir cultivator condensed 5 spiritual runes, they would have the ability to break through to the next level, which was the Yuanying state. The reason why condensing 5 spiritual runes would allow one to break through to the Yuanying state was because the number of spiritual runes was above the level of elixir and could be divided into 5 directions. Only by using this method could the Yuanying miniature man be born and achieve Yuanying. 5 directions was the minimum requirement. The more spiritual runes one condensed, the more perfect the miniature Yuanying miniature man would be. At the same time, the power of the Yuanying elite man would be even more domineering. With this thought, Yan Chutian no longer hesitated and immediately stepped onto the platform. Finally, he sat cross-legged on top of the platform. The moment he sat cross-legged, an incomparably dense and mysterious aura enveloped him, just like when he was in the Tao lake. However, since it was a platform, it naturally had its differences. He could vaguely feel that within the mysterious aura of the platform there seemed to be a trace of inexplicable warmth. Yan Chutian did not need to think too much to know that this trace of warmth was the foundation of the Tao platform surpassing the Tao lake. Therefore, how could he hesitate? He immediately absorbed the warmth without restraint. At the same time, his mind settled down and the Mystic Heart Saint Rune, which he had set aside not long ago, appeared once again. Time always passed extremely quickly during cultivation. It was as if 10 days had passed in the blink of an eye. At this moment, 10 days later, Shui Wuxin's beautiful eyes trembled slightly. The mysterious aura that enveloped her was constantly dispelled, and an icy cold aura continuously spread out from her delicate body. This situation immediately alarmed Aunt Lu, who was beside her. As someone who had already stepped into the Yuanying state, she naturally understood what was going to happen to Shui Wuxin. This was the sign before the spirit inscriptions were completely condensed. Thus, the middle-aged woman immediately stopped what she was doing. Instead, she swept her imposing gaze over the crowd. At the same time, there was also a boundless power that was even more boundless than the spiritual screen from before. Currently, she had already unleashed her full cultivation. If anyone were to approach her, they would immediately be torn to pieces by her vast power. However, there were no outsiders in the surroundings at this moment. After all, the Tao lake was incomparably vast. Even if there were others present, it would be extremely difficult for them to notice this place. However, it was indeed extremely difficult. In the end, some of the figures in the Tao lakes were alarmed by the disturbance. When she got closer and saw Shui Wuxin, who was protected by the middle-aged woman, her originally charming and alluring face immediately turned incomparably ugly and malevolent. Yang Yan never thought that such a scene would appear in front of her eyes. Originally, she had thought that it would be extremely difficult for Shui Wuxin to even enter the Tao lakes, let alone condense the 5th spirit inscription with the help of the Tao lake. However, not only had she appeared in the Tao lakes, but from the looks of it, she had clearly been sitting in the Tao lakes for a long time. Otherwise, it would be impossible for her to be at the final stage of condensing the spirit inscription. However, how was this possible? She should have been the one to enter the Tao lakes first. She should have been the one to condense the spirit inscription first. How did it become Shui Wuxin? At this moment, Yang Yan was almost biting her red lips with her pearly white teeth to draw blood. The blood-red intent in her beautiful eyes was like fresh blood that was about to flow out. However, no matter what, she did not dare to cause any damage. This was because she could feel the enormous pressure that the middle-aged woman was exerting. Even now, she could already feel several auras locking onto her. She was afraid that if she made the slightest move, she would immediately be killed by these auras. Therefore, the only thing Yang Yan could do was to continuously curse in her heart. She cursed Shui Wuxin for failing to condense the spirit inscription. It would be best if she could even suffer a backlash and never recover from this setback. However, as time passed, all she could see was that Shui Wuxin's spirit inscription was getting on the right track. At the final moment, she could only watch as Shui Wuxin opened her eyes in joy. Her face was filled with the joy of successfully condensing the spirit inscription. Shui Wuxin was indeed extremely excited. She had successfully condensed the fifth spirit inscription. This meant that she could now attempt to break through to the Yuanying realm. If she could break through to the Yuanying realm, then she would be the first among the four great families' geniuses to step into the Yuanying realm. As she was overjoyed, Shui Wuxin's gaze naturally swept over to Yang Yan. At this moment, the latter did not even have time to restrain her emotions and was seen through by Shui Wuxin. Therefore, Shui Wuxin naturally did not have a good temper when facing Yang Yan. She immediately said in a contemptuous tone, "Junior sister Yang, have you finally found the Tao Lakes?" Shui Wuxin's words hit the nail on the head, leaving Yang Yan speechless. She wanted to ask how Shui Wuxin was the first to enter the Tao Lakes, and how she passed through the Great Light Shadow Formation. However, not to mention that she was probably not Shui Wuxin's match now, just the presence of that middle-aged Yuanying realm woman was enough to suppress her to the point that she did not dare to speak. Therefore, Yang Yan could only silently suppress the flames in her heart and silently retreat. Looking at Yang Yan's unwilling retreat, Shui Wuxin, who was usually gentle, felt a sense of carefreeness emerge in her heart. Then, she turned around and looked at her surroundings, no longer having any intention to continue cultivating. Because if she wanted to improve, she would have to find that legendary Tao platform. Otherwise, with just the Tao Lakes, even if she sat cross-legged and cultivated for a long time, her progress would be limited. Take Aunt Lu, who was by his side, for example. With her cultivation at the third level of the nascent soul stage, this Tao Lake was at most a decent place to cultivate. At the same time, on a mysterious Tao platform somewhere in the Tao Lake, Yan Chutian's eyes, which had been tightly closed for a long time, finally slowly opened on this day. The moment he opened his eyes, a wisp of light flashed from the depths of his eyes. At this moment, Yan Chutian's mood was incomparably solemn. He had reached the final moment of the Mystic Heart Saint Rune's condensation. The Mystic Heart Saint Rune tested one's heart. Only with a firm will one have a chance of condensing it. In addition, the absorption of the energy of heaven and earth during the condensation process must be endless. Otherwise, even if the condensation was successful, it would only end in failure. Fortunately, Yan Chutian had grasped both conditions. Therefore, the condensation of the Mystic Heart Saint Rune had reached the final step. Gently exhaling, Yan Chutian opened his eyes for a moment, then closed them again. However, this time, it was destined to be different from before. In addition to continuously absorbing the energy of the Tao platform, there was also a violent aura that was gradually brewing. This was the final test of the Mystic Heart Saint Rune. If he could withstand the storm, he would be enlightened. If he could not, he would fail and suffer a backlash. As his eyes were tightly shut, what greeted him was an eternal darkness. However, the darkness did not last long. There were actually specks of light emerging from the darkness. However, if one looked carefully, they were not specks of light. They were clearly white skulls. In the empty eye sockets of the skulls, a wisp of green fire was faintly discernible. A sense of eeriness spread out. Even if one did not get close, they would still feel extremely terrified. However, Yan Chutian's willpower had already been through hundreds of battles. Such a simple scene could not affect him at all. Therefore, not long after, the white skulls all disappeared. Following that, more and more strange things appeared one after another. Perhaps in the eyes of most cultivators, this was an extremely frightening scene. However, Yan Chutian remained calm like an old monk in meditation. It was because his willpower was like a boulder. No matter what the situation was, it could not be affected. However, at a certain moment, the scene in front of him suddenly became clear. When he saw a woman covered in blood, as if she was drifting in the wind, he finally could not help but exclaim, "Qiuyu! Kacha!" With the sound of Qiuyu, the scene in front of him suddenly disappeared. However, this made Yan Chutian feel a sharp pain in his chest. Faintly, the condensed mystic heart saint rune seemed to be on the verge of shattering. This made him suddenly wake up. Just now, his willpower had been stirred up. Fortunately, he had only called out Qiuyu. Otherwise, the consequences would have been even more serious. This also made Yan Chutian suddenly wake up. The test of willpower could not be based on the previous condensing of the mystic heart saint rune, because compared to before, he now had to experience more things than before. Chapter 379. However, even if Yan Chutian was aware of it, the appearance of a familiar face still caused his eyes to tighten abruptly. The emotions in his heart were all stirred up. He would never forget this familiar face, this face that stood at the peak of the divine domain. This was the Ghost Lord. Back then, it was the Ghost Lord who discovered his identity and killed Yan Chutian forcefully. The Ghost Lord's cold gaze also looked over. Even though its face was clearly covered by the black gas, Yan Chutian could feel that it was mocking him. "Kiki, I let you escape back then. Today, this Ghost Lord will definitely destroy your divine soul." Amidst the domineering cold laughter, the Ghost Lord suddenly raised its huge hand. Immediately, the vast power between heaven and earth surged violently. The enormous pressure that enveloped Yan Chutian almost suffocated him and made it difficult for him to breathe. In an instant, the word escape subconsciously appeared in Yan Chutian's mind. Because he knew that even the him back then could not withstand a single blow from the Ghost Lord. Not to mention the current him. If he dared to stay for a moment, he was afraid that he would end up dying without a complete corpse. However, just as Yan Chutian was about to turn around, a natural resistance emerged from the depths of his mind. For some strange reason, he actually stopped in his tracks. In the next moment, the Ghost Lord's palm suddenly slammed down. It carried a majestic power that could destroy heaven and earth, suppressing Yan Chutian. At this moment, Yan Chutian even had a premonition of death. However, when the Ghost Lord's huge palm truly descended, it suddenly disappeared. It did not even cause the slightest sound of wind. This caused Yan Chutian's expression to change. At the same time, he hurriedly looked back. At this moment, there was no longer any Ghost Lord in front of him. It was clearly empty. Such a situation, even if he was in a test just now, made Yan Chutian gradually come to his senses at this moment. When he came to his senses, his expression could not help but change slightly. He had a feeling that the test of willpower this time was much more difficult than before. Guard your mind. Therefore, the only thing Yan Chutian could do was to silently mutter a word and try his best to restrain his weaknesses. No matter how strong the disturbance was, he had to resist it with his willpower. As such, it seemed to have some effect. At the very least, the subsequent disturbances were successfully blocked by Yan Chutian. But at a certain moment, when he opened his eyes slightly in a daze, he saw the heroic face of a middle-aged man. Looking at this face, almost uncontrollably, Yan Chutian thought of a certain possibility. When he thought of that possibility, his body couldn't help but tremble. He opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but when he opened his mouth, he suddenly realized that he was now a small baby. After that, he could only watch as the other party put him down on the cold ground. The cold air of the earth pervaded the air, but at this moment, this cold air couldn't compare to the coldness in Yan Chutian's heart. He did not understand why she would abandon him after giving birth to him. Could it be that to them, he was just a dispensable existence? Crack crack. At the same time, the enigmatic heart Saint Mark that Yan Chutian condensed kept on making cracking sounds. This was his willpower collapsing. Once his willpower completely collapses, this spirit mark will completely shatter and turn into nothingness. If it had reached that stage, not to mention Yan Chutian's failure in condensing the spirit rune, even he himself would suffer a huge backlash. But now, Yan Chutian was completely immersed in the pain of being abandoned. How could he be aware of his own situation? In the past, he never mentioned it and only hid the pain in the depths of his heart. How could he not care? But now, the pain had been brought up. Once it was brought up, how could it be so easily erased? Crack crack, the cracking sounds continued to be heard. At this critical moment, Yan Chutian suddenly felt that there was a warm feeling in his chest that was constantly emerging. This warm feeling, this familiar aura, made Yan Chutian suddenly realize that he was not alone. He still had Qiuyu. In the next moment, Yan Chutian immediately came to his senses. Once he came to his senses, the scene just now disappeared and returned to the chaotic darkness. Although the scene had disappeared, Yan Chutian could clearly feel that the warm feeling in his chest had not dissipated. Yan Chutian knew that it was Qiuyu. It was Qiuyu who was hiding in the jade ring and had sensed his situation. Even Qiuyu, who was seriously injured and unconscious, was worried about his situation. How could he let her down? The condensation of the enigmatic heart Saint Mark could not be stopped by him. Whoosh whoosh! Around the Taoist platform, the warm aura that was like spring water constantly flowed into Yan Chutian's head. This unending stream of energy continued to flow into the enigmatic heart Saint Mark in Yan Chutian's dantian. At this time, not only were the cracks on the enigmatic heart Saint Mark rapidly repaired, but he could also feel that the spirit mark had become more complete. Such a scene clearly showed that the condensation of the enigmatic heart Saint Mark was only a matter of time. At the same time, somewhere in the Dao Lake, looking at the figures of the guards, Shui Wuxin's beautiful face became somewhat unnatural. This was because she had lost sight of Yan Chutian among these guards. When she asked the other guards, none of them knew where Yan Chutian had gone. Moreover, what else could he do in this Dao Lake if he did not quickly sit cross-legged and cultivate? Zhou Xiang's face was not looking good at this time because his fifth spirit mark had not been successfully condensed. However, when he heard that Yan Chutian had suddenly disappeared, he finally smiled coldly. He could not wait for the other party to disappear. Otherwise, with how much Shui Wuxin valued him, she would probably ask him to join the Shui clan after leaving the Wolf King's cave. At that time, even if Zhou Xiang was unwilling to admit it, he was still worried that the other party might threaten his position. When he thought of the scene of him bowing to the other party in the future, Zhou Xiang wanted to slap him to death. Thinking of this, Zhou Xiang hurriedly took a few steps forward and said slowly, "Miss, we must leave the Wolf King's cave as soon as possible. Otherwise, more and more red wolves will gather. When the time comes, the price we will have to pay to leave will be much higher than now." Before he finished speaking, Zhou Xiang immediately took a step back. He could not offend Shui Wuxin, so he directly reminded her. He knew that Shui Wuxin would do as he wished. Just as Zhou Xiang thought, Shui Wuxin was struggling in her heart. She really wanted to bring Yan Chutian out of the Wolf King's cave and even bring him back to the Shui clan. This was not only because of his ability but also because of his character. However, the other party had disappeared. If she continued to lead the team and wait, the difficulty of leaving the Wolf King's cave would rise exponentially. While struggling, Shui Wuxin closed her beautiful eyes. When she opened them again, she let out a soft sigh. Cultivate in the Tao Lake for one more day. After one day we will leave this place. Yes. The so-called one day was just a blink of an eye. After one day, Shui Wuxin looked at the mysterious Tao Lake around her, and could only sigh helplessly. During this day, it was not that she did not look around. She even met Yang Yan again, but she still could not find Yan Chutian. Let's go. After sighing, Shui Wuxin spoke again, and led the way out of the Tao Lake. In the team, Zhou Xiang sneered proudly. That guy really did not appear. It would be best if he died in the Tao Lake, in the Wolf King's cave. Yan Chutian naturally did not know that there was someone who was still worried about him. At this time, he was still sitting cross-legged on the Tao platform. However, compared to before, his aura was now extremely stable. Above his head, there were lines that were slowly connecting, and finally converging into a mysterious spirit rune that floated between heaven and earth. This was the mysterious Heart Saint rune. The moment the mysterious Heart Saint rune appeared, Yan Chutian opened his eyes again. This time, there was only a look of joy on his face. After going through so many difficulties and almost failing, he finally succeeded in condensing the mysterious Heart Saint rune. The success of the mysterious Heart Saint rune not only made the spirit rune powerful, but it was also the fifth spirit rune. When combined with the previous 4 spirit runes, it could transform into 5 directions in the elixir. Once the spirit rune transformed into 5 directions, his strength would be much stronger than ordinary elixir cultivators. Previously, Jin Hong had also condensed 5 spirit runes, but the last divine demon rune was not complete. Otherwise, if the complete 5 spirit runes transformed into 5 directions, his strength would definitely be a level higher. Even so, Yan Chutian had almost lost. If not for the strength of the true dragon rune and Jin Hong's absent-mindedness after seeing the dragon rune, Yan Chutian would have lost. It was possible that the final result could be changed. Chapter 380. Since the mystic Heart Saint rune had been successfully condensed, there was no need to continue staying on the platform. Therefore, Yan Chutian immediately leaped off the platform and landed in the Tao Lake. However, when Yan Chutian tried to find his way back, he found that Shui Wuxin and the others had already disappeared. However, after thinking about it, he understood that Shui Wuxin had probably finished her cultivation and left with the group, since he had been cultivating on the platform for a long time. This was also good. He was already prepared to leave. Even if he left the Wolf King's cave with Shui Wuxin, he would still have to say goodbye halfway. Therefore, Yan Chutian looked around and finally stepped through the door, leaving the Tao Lake that countless people flocked to. As he walked out of the depths of the Wolf King's cave, Yan Chutian gradually understood why Shui Wuxin was in such a hurry to leave. It was because he could clearly feel that the number of red wolves in the Wolf King's cave was increasing. Among the wolves, there was an endless stream of powerful auras. Even if they were not at the level of the Wolf King, they were extremely close. Therefore, while carefully concealing himself, Yan Chutian had already increased his speed, leaving the cave where the wolves were gathered as soon as possible. After an hour, Yan Chutian lifted his leg and took the last step out of the Wolf King's cave. Looking at the vast world around him, Yan Chutian gently breathed a sigh of relief. After determining his direction, he quickly headed towards the border of the Nine Suns continent. If he wanted to return to the Firmament God Palace, he had to first return to the Tsongyuan continent. However, before that, he had to use the transportation array of the Nine Suns continent to teleport to the Divine Continent. When he thought of the Divine Continent, Yan Chutian's heart became incomparably heavy. Because that was the continent where the Divine Realm was located. Walking on that land, he had to constantly worry about whether he would encounter people from the Divine Realm. Right now, compared to those people from the Divine Realm, he was simply too weak. If they attacked him, only death would await him. However, before that, it was not a small problem to reach the border of the Nine Suns continent. After all, the land of each continent was incomparably vast. Even when Yen Chutian was at his peak, it was difficult for him to easily cross. Not to mention that he was now only at the 6th level of the elixir realm. After a long journey, 3 months later, Yen Chutian had already mixed into a group of cultivators. Although this group of cultivators' goal was not the border transportation array, they were still at the border region. Regarding this, Nine Suns Abyss was, the Nine Suns Abyss, the Heaven Realm's Nine Suns Abyss's Abyss, was the Nine Suns Abyss 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 SS Abyss Abyss Abyss. Suns Abyss Abyss Abyss, the Abyss to the Abyss to the Abyss Suns Abyss 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 Abyss. The 9 fiery suns had smashed open a mysterious abyss. Day and night there would be fiery light flashing within. The scorching heat was something that even some nascent soul cultivators would find difficult to withstand. However, dangers were always accompanied by opportunities. The existence of the 9 Suns Abyss also caused various opportunities to appear around the Abyss, which was enough to attract countless cultivators from the Heaven Realm. If Yen Chutian was not wrong, the group of cultivators that he had joined should mostly be searching for opportunities around the 9 Suns Abyss. Speaking of which, Yen Chutian was also very curious about the 9 Suns Abyss. If possible, he would also like to explore it. However, the current him had to return to the Tsangyuan continent as soon as possible. God knows how far the scheme of the God Realm had progressed. Brother Yen. Just as Yen Chutian was silently sitting cross-legged, a faint laugh suddenly came from behind him. Turning around to look, the owner of the voice was a middle-aged man. However, although he was much older than Yen Chutian, the two of them already called each other brothers. This was because when cultivators interacted with each other, cultivation was the standard. This middle-aged man was not alone. He had a younger sister. His younger sister was about the same age as Yen Chutian, but that girl did not have the same personality as this middle-aged man. Instead, she worshipped the strong. Therefore, she naturally would not get close to Yen Chutian. Instead, she got close to a 9th-layer elixir cultivator in this group of cultivators. This middle-aged man could do nothing about it. He knew his younger sister's thoughts, but even if he knew, what could he do? He could not beat or scold this younger sister of his who depended on him, and he could not bear to see her suffer even a little bit. Brother Zhang. Yen Chutian cupped his fist and replied. He had a good impression of this Zhang Xiong. Although his strength was not strong, and he was only an ordinary 6th-layer elixir cultivator. However, his love for his younger sister was enough to move Yen Chutian. In comparison, it was his younger sister, Zhang Ling, that he looked down on. It was normal to worship the strong, but to alienate the elder brother who loved him because of this, it could only mean that this person did not understand true feelings. Brother Yen, in another 10 days, we will be near the border. I wonder if Brother Yen has already thought of a place to go? Zhang Xiong said slowly. Like Yen Chutian, he had a good impression of the other party. The feeling that Yen Chutian gave him was different from the other young cultivators he had met in the past. He did not have the slightest bit of frivolity or arrogance. It was a pity that his cultivation was lacking. Otherwise, in Zhang Xiong's opinion, Yen Chutian could become a famous genius. Hearing this, Yen Chutian shook his head. Although he had a good impression of Zhang Xiong, this did not mean that he would reveal his whereabouts. Seeing Yen Chutian shake his head, Zhang Xiong hurriedly continued. It seems that Brother Yen has not thought of a place to go. In that case, why don't you accompany me and search around the Nine-Yang pool? Zhang Xiong's eyes flashed with sincerity. If Yen Chutian was really just an ordinary 6th-level elixir cultivator, he would definitely agree. But unfortunately, he was not, so what Zhang Xiong got was destined to be Yen Chutian's shake of his head. Thank you for your good intentions, Brother Zhang. However, I am not very interested in the Nine Yang pool. If I decide to go in the future, I will definitely inform Brother Zhang. That's fine too. Hearing this, Zhang Xiong could only agree regretfully. How could he not tell that the latter half of Yan Chutian's words were just pleasantries? However, he had a free and easy personality. After a few words, he changed his mood and continued to talk with Yan Chutian. However, while the two of them were conversing, two figures were continuously approaching them. Looking over, it was a man and a woman. The woman was holding the man's arm, her face full of joy. After the two of them approached, the woman smiled at Zhang Xiong, but her gaze was still stuck on the young man beside her, unwilling to move away. Brother, this is Zhao Feng. Hearing this, Yan Chutian immediately stopped talking, and then glanced at the approaching man and woman. The young man, Zhao Feng, had a handsome face, and his cultivation had already stepped into the 9th level of elixir. Maybe it was nothing in the vast heaven realm, but in this barren corner of the Nine Yang continent, he could be considered a small genius. Compared to Zhao Feng, the woman was only Zhang Xiong's sister, Zhang Ling. Although her cultivation was only at the 5th level of elixir, her beauty was not bad. However, her appearance was not bad, and her figure was also very good, so it was no wonder that she could attract the former. However, attraction was just attraction. Yan Chutian could clearly see that Zhao Feng was just coaxing Zhang Ling. When he really tricked her, there would be a 180-degree change. But even if he knew this, Yan Chutian would not say anything. Not to mention that he did not have the obligation to do so. Even if he said it, it would be seen as nonsense by this woman. Zhao Feng greets Brother Zhang Xiong. When Yan Chutian's gaze swept over, the young man cupped his hands towards Zhang Xiong. However, even if he cupped his hands and called him brother, his words still revealed a deep sense of arrogance. In the depths of his heart, he probably only saw Zhang Xiong as an old piece of trash. Yan Chutian could see this point, and Zhang Xiong could more or less do the same. However, Zhang Ling could not see anything, and her beautiful face was filled with a smile from beginning to end. After a few words, Zhang Xiong watched the other party leave with his sister, and his heart was filled with helplessness. It was not that he did not privately remind his sister, but what made him sad was that he, her biological brother, could not compare to Zhao Feng's flowery words in his sister's eyes. Therefore, Zhang Xiong could only hope that after reaching the Nine Yang abyss, he could bring Zhang Ling away and avoid Zhao Feng. As he sighed, Zhang Xiong looked at Yan Chutian beside him. The feeling that Yan Chutian gave him was more than 1,000 times better than Zhao Feng. If he really had to find a Dao companion for his sister, he would definitely choose Yan Chutian. Unfortunately, he also knew that this idea of his was destined to fail. Chapter 381. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. 10 days later, the group finally approached the border of the Nine Yang continent. They also approached one of the most famous forbidden grounds in the entire heaven realm, the Nine Yang abyss. As they approached the Nine Yang abyss, Yan Chutian did not know if it was his misconception, but he felt that the atmosphere around him seemed to have become lively. Looking around, quite a few figures had appeared in the vast desert world. Even the silhouettes of some huge cities were faintly discernible in the distant horizon. Even without getting close, Yan Chutian could tell how huge those cities were. Even the Zhongyuan city in the middle of the central plains in the mortal world could not compare. There was a huge gap between the mortal world and the heaven realm. Otherwise, it would not be possible for a few low-level disciples of the divine realm to stir up such a bloody storm in the mortal world. It was also because of this that Yan Chutian once again silently restrained his aura, because in such a chaotic place, it was very likely that there would be disciples of the divine realm appearing. Even if he had no connection with the past, Yan Chutian did not want to have any contact with the people of the divine realm. After all, it was better to be safe than sorry. When the group arrived here, they were already showing signs of disbanding. When there were more and more people around and the outline of the giant city became more and more obvious, they began to leave the group one after another. Yan Chutian did not leave the group. Instead, he took the opportunity to step towards the giant city. Behind him, Zhang Xiong, Zhang Ling, and Zhao Feng did the same. When they were truly close to the city, Yan Chutian naturally sensed that the entire city was enveloped by a huge array. The array was currently in a dormant state, so there was no aura seeping out. If he did not have the spiritual eye, it would have been difficult for him to detect it. However, the dormant state did not mean that the array was simple and unremarkable. If it was truly allowed to awaken, the power that it would erupt with would make even Heavenly Palace realm cultivators only ants under it. Such a large formation was enough to threaten Yan Chutian when he was at the peak of his cultivation. Even if this huge city was only standing on the barren Nine-Yang continent of the Heaven Realm, it was still built by a faction. And even if Yan Chutian was one of the top 10 geniuses of the Heaven Realm, how could he contend against the forces of a continent? Yangyan City. As Yan Chutian silently repeated the 3 imposing words on the gates of the giant city, they gradually became clear in his mind. The Heaven Realm was vast, and the forces were intricate and complicated. However, the powerful forces at the level of the Heavenly Realm were ultimately limited. Other than the mysterious palace of immortals that had not appeared for 10,000 years, there were 6 palaces. The Tsongshan Palace that Yan Chutian was in was one of the 6 palaces. Under the 6 palaces, the deity domain rose to power, and its power was close to the 6 palaces. Compared to God's domain, there were nearly 10 other powers of varying sizes. Yan Chutian remembered that Yangyan Manor existed among these 10 or so powers. The giant city in front of him coincidentally had Yangyan in its name. It was impossible for Yan Chutian to think that there was no relationship between the two. However, whether this giant city belonged to Yangyan Manor or not, it did not have much to do with him. It was fine as long as it was not God's domain. Following that, Yan Chutian, Zhang Xiong, and the others followed the crowd and walked toward the city gate step by step. When they passed through the boundary of the large formation, Yan Chutian keenly sensed that there were wisps of perception constantly enveloping them, as if they wanted to spy on their surroundings. However, Yan Chutian knew that this kind of spying could only be superficial and would not be real spying. Firstly, there was no such powerful formation. Even if there was, Yangyan City would not be able to set it up. This was because every cultivator had their own secret. How could they allow others to spy on them at will? After stepping into the giant city, it was as if the inside and outside of the city were 2 completely different worlds. It could be said that the outside world was a desert with only human figures appearing and disappearing. However, here it was full of vitality. Furthermore, the density of the crowd was tens or hundreds of times denser than the outside world. The first thing that came into view were the bustling streets and magnificent buildings. At a glance, there was no end to it. Secondly, just by standing here, Yan Chutian could see the distant city, as well as the mountains and mountains. It was hard to imagine how huge this giant city was. Brother Yan, is this your first time in Yangyan City? When Yan Chutian scanned his surroundings, Zhang Xiong's vigorous voice sounded at the right time. Hearing this, Yan Chutian nodded. Although he had been to countless prosperous places in the Heaven Domain, it was his first time in Yangyan City. In fact, other than the ancient forbidden land of the 9 Suns Abyss, he did not know anything else. This was mainly because the 9 Suns continent was too barren. It was the worst continent in the Heaven Domain. How could it be compared to the Tsongyuan continent? However, he did not know that his reaction made Zhang Ling's eyes flash with disdain. He had never even been to Yangyan City before, which made her think of the word country bumpkin. Although Zhao Feng hid his emotions well, there was no doubt that his disdain for Yan Chutian was much stronger. Yan Chutian naturally caught the change in their emotions, but he ignored it and was too lazy to say anything. At this moment, Zhang Xiong clearly did not notice the change in their emotions. Instead, he slowly said, Yangyan City is an important city under the jurisdiction of the Yangyan Manor. The city lord is held by the first elder of the Yangyan Manor. Private fights are forbidden in Yangyan City, or else the protective array will lock onto you immediately. Then, the cultivators of the Yangyan Manor will appear and kill you. Therefore, you must be careful. Even if a great enemy appears, you must not fight in the city. Hearing this, Yan Chutian gently nodded his head. He knew that the rules set by the large forces were tyrannical. If they did not break the rules, they would not find trouble with you. However, if you dared to break the rules, they would kill you without any mercy. Not to mention the Yangyan Manor, even the Firmament God Palace was the same. Brother Yan, why don't we open a few rooms in the inn here so that I can continue to explain the rules of Yangyan City to you? Zhang Xiong casually pointed at a certain inn and said. Hearing this, Yan Chutian gladly agreed. This was because he saw that Zhang Xiong seemed to know a lot about Yangyan City. Therefore, he could ask him about the specifics of the teleportation array. However, when Yan Chutian entered the inn and opened a room, the amount of spiritual crystals he paid made many people look over. This was not because his spiritual crystals were of a high grade, but because they were too low grade. In the heaven realm, the basic currency in circulation was heaven crystal. Only a very small number of people would use spiritual crystals, and these very small number of people were the poorest cultivators at the bottom. Hence, there were even one or two faintly discernible laughter that came from an unknown place. Even the waiter who collected the bill had a change in his eyes. He did not expect that there would be a day when he would receive spiritual crystals. What's wrong? Did I not give enough spiritual crystals? Many eyes looked around, but Yan Chutian was calm as if he did not notice the gazes of others. Of course, it was not that he did not want to pay with heaven crystal, but that he did not have any. Hearing this, the waiter hesitated, but in the end, he could not say anything. Because these spiritual crystals were enough to pay for the room price, so what could he do? Therefore, in the end, he could only obediently take out the room number. When Yan Chutian walked up the stairs, Zhang Xiong quickly followed with a look of self-blame on his face. Because in his opinion, if it wasn't for him, Yan Chutian wouldn't have to endure such a situation. However, when he thought this way, Zhang Ling, who was standing with Zhao Feng, felt extremely embarrassed. She was even more afraid that others would know that she knew him. Haha, there are actually people who use spiritual crystals to pay the bill these days. Could it be that he came from some mountain valley? He's really lucky. If he was in that Tianyang Inn, he would have been beaten up and thrown out. On the floor, Zhang Xiong followed Yan Chutian into his room, and the first thing he did was to express his apology. Hearing this, Yan Chutian waved his hand indifferently. The gazes of others did not affect him in any way. What he was concerned about now was the cross-continent teleportation array. When Yan Chutian mentioned the words cross-continent transmission array, Zhang Xiong immediately revealed a puzzled expression. But very soon, he thought of something and asked in surprise, Brother Yan, are you going to other continents? The genius remembered the address of this site in 1 second. Sogu Mobile Version Website. Chapter 382. After asking Zhang Xiong about the transcontinent teleportation formation, Yan Chutian knew that he could no longer hide his intentions. Thus, he nodded slowly and said softly, I hope Brother Zhang can help me keep this a secret. Hearing this, Zhang Xiong nodded repeatedly. After pondering for a moment, he told Yan Chutian everything he knew. After listening to his explanation, Yan Chutian had a look of understanding on his face. As expected, the transcontinent teleportation formation was in the hands of the Sunblaze Manor. The transcontinent teleportation formation would only be activated once every few months because it was not only costly to operate the transcontinent teleportation formation, but it was also impossible to activate it at any time. Every time the teleportation formation was activated, only a small number of slots would be released, and these slots would almost always be auctioned in public at the Sunblaze Manor's auction house. Hearing this, Yen Chutian immediately frowned because if it was auctioned, he would not be able to obtain a slot for the teleportation formation at all. This was because he did not even have a single piece of heaven crystal now. Could he still count on using spirit crystals to participate in the auction? If that was the case, he would probably be directly thrown out. Zhang Xiong naturally knew the difficulties. Even if he sold all his wealth, it would be extremely difficult to purchase a slot for the auction, let alone Yen Chutian, who could only pay with spirit crystals. However, he soon thought of something and immediately said, "Brother Yen, don't worry. It's extremely difficult to obtain a slot for the auction, and it might even be directly monopolized by some forces. However, not all of the slots will be at the auction. There will always be some that will be allocated and even directly included in the mission rewards issued by the Sunblaze Manor." Hearing this, Yen Chutian naturally hurriedly asked, "Brother Zhang, do you know where I can obtain the missions issued by the Sunblaze Manor?" Before Yen Chutian's voice died away, Zhang Xiong had already taken out a stone talisman. As his spiritual power gently brushed past it, the calm stone talisman immediately lit up and formed a light screen. As the ripples undulated slightly, words began to appear one after another, converging into lines of text messages. These were the mission lists issued by the Sunblaze Manor. 2 pairs of eyes fell on the light screen, and soon, they found the shadow of a teleportation formation slot in one of the mission rewards. Yen Chutian hurriedly scanned through the mission description. Even though it was just a cursory glance, Yen Chutian could tell how difficult this mission was. Slay the Blood Demon Spirit Beast and retrieve its demon essence. Blood Demon Spirit Beast, Level 2 Yuanying. At this point, Yen Chutian didn't need to continue watching. Yuanying Stage 2 Cultivation. If he were to encounter her now, he would be courting death. Even if the spirit tattoos turned into 5 directions, Yen Chutian only dared to say that there was no need to fear anything in Elixir. However, if he was in the Yuanying state, he would still be considered mediocre, not to mention that he was in the second stage of Elixir. Therefore, Yen Chutian continued to search. Not long after, he finally saw a teleportation array slot in the reward column. Furthermore, the difficulty of the mission wasn't at a level where it was impossible for him to complete. Collect 20 pieces of Inferno crystals. Inferno crystals? Yen Chutian's face was slightly blank as a large amount of memories surged in his mind. Gradually, a rough memory of the Inferno crystals emerged. Yen Chutian remembered that he had heard of the Inferno crystals before, but he had never used them before. That was because the Inferno crystals were only useful for cultivators below the Heavenly Palace realm. The effects were mediocre for cultivators above that. At the same time, Zhang Xiong naturally saw through Yen Chutian's doubts and hurriedly explained, "Brother Yen, the Inferno crystal is a mysterious crystal from the Nine-Yang Abyss. Its cultivation effect is extremely shocking, and it has extraordinary effects even for Heavenly Palace realm cultivators." Zhang Xiong couldn't help but shake his head as he continued, "However, the Inferno crystals are extremely difficult to find. Furthermore, the Inferno crystals around the Nine-Yang Abyss have probably all been found. Only those that are extremely close to the Nine-Yang Abyss can find traces of them. However, the closer you are to the Nine-Yang Abyss, the greater the danger you will face." In a few words, Zhang Xiong explained the dangers to Yen Chutian. However, how could Yen Chutian not know that if the Inferno crystals were easy to find, it would be impossible to exchange for a teleportation formation across continents? As for whether he would encounter danger, Yen Chutian couldn't care less. As far as he could see, there were no other missions on the stone talisman light screen that would reward him with a teleportation formation across continents. Compared to finding the Inferno crystals, He felt that killing the blood demon spiritual beast on the second level of the Yuanying abyss had a higher chance of success. Therefore, Yan Chutian didn't say much and only thanked Zhang Xiong. Seeing this, Zhang Xiong knew that Yan Chutian had already made up his mind. Therefore, he couldn't persuade him. This was because he understood that Yan Chutian must have his reasons for being so insistent. Therefore, he could only say in the end, "Brother Yan, I will also bring Ling to search for opportunities near the Nine Yang Abyss. At that time, I can help you look for some inferno crystals." "Thank you, Brother Zhang." After this day, Yan Chutian asked around in Yangyan City again, so he also knew that there were still 2 months before the next teleportation formation across continents opened. This meant that he had to obtain 20 inferno crystals within 2 months and give them to the City Lord Mansion in exchange for a teleportation formation. Otherwise, he would have to wait for almost half a year for the next teleportation formation across continents to open. 2 months wasn't a long time. Another day later, Yan Chutian followed Zhang Xiong and Zhang Ling out of Yangyan City and into the desert. They also walked step by step toward the Nine Yang Abyss. It was worth mentioning that Zhao Feng's goal seemed to be the same as Zhang Xiong's, because Zhang Ling was still extremely clingy to Zhao Feng along the way. This made Zhang Xiong furious, but there was nothing he could do. The only thing that made him feel at ease was that Zhang Ling had not lost her virginity. Otherwise, even if he became a ghost, he would not let Zhao Feng go. Walking in the desert, the surrounding environment was extremely dry. Bits of heat spread out from the depths of the earth, roasting this part of the world. It was rumored that the surroundings of the Nine Yang Abyss were originally a lush green land, but because the Nine Yang Abyss fell from the sky, it gradually turned into this state. Yan Chutian looked around and could see that there were many figures in the surroundings. Obviously, these people were like Zhang Xiong, people who wanted to search for opportunities near the Nine Yang Abyss. However, these cultivators here were much more guarded than in Yangyan City. This was understandable. After all, outside Yangyan City, there were no ironclad rules of the Yangyan Manor to protect them. Continuing forward, the world in front of them was no longer a desert, but a rugged and broken land. There were cracks of various sizes in some places, and scorching heat constantly surged out, turning into waves of heat. In fact, there were even flames that directly rushed out from the cracks, leaping several feet into the air and burning the surrounding space until it was distorted and collapsed. Even a 9th-level elixir cultivator would not be willing to touch such flames. At this point, Yan Chutian was not in a hurry to advance. Instead, he carefully searched the surrounding land. This was because this place not only hid the opportunities that Zhang Xiong wanted, but it was also possible that fire crystals would appear. Since they were searching, they naturally could not stay together. Yan Chutian also took the initiative to move dozens of feet away. Then, he opened his spiritual eye and slowly searched the surrounding land filled with heat. However, after searching for more than 2 hours, Yan Chutian found nothing. He could not help but sigh. This place was simply too clean. After another hour of fruitless searching, Yan Chutian had no choice but to raise his gaze and look even deeper. That place was close to the Nine Yang Abyss, and even fewer people entered it. Thus, it was more likely that there would be fire crystals. However, at the same time, there was a corresponding danger. Yan Chutian was clear that there were cultivators searching for opportunities in the surroundings of the Nine Yang Abyss, dying almost every day. However, since he had already come this far, there was naturally no reason to retreat. Thus, as his gaze gradually became firm, he walked step by step towards the depth. However, Yan Chutian did not know that even Zhang Xiong did not notice him. Instead, it was Zhang Ling, who was following beside Zhao Feng, who glanced over from the corner of her eyes. Seeing Yan Chutian gradually walk into the depths, she could not help but lightly snort. He was courting death. In her view, Yan Chutian walking into the depths was simply courting death. Even a 9th-level elixir cultivator would not dare to rashly enter, let alone a 6th-level elixir. Chapter 383. Step by step, Yen Chutian could clearly feel that the temperature of the surrounding heaven and earth was continuously rising as he went deeper. Hence, the number of cultivators that could appear here was also rapidly decreasing. After advancing for a while, at least in the area that Yen Chutian could see with the naked eye, there were no longer any figures. However, such a situation caused Yen Chutian's heart to gradually heat up, because from his point of view, only in such a place would there be fire crystals that had not been discovered by others. Once again, he slowly opened his spiritual eye and Yen Chutian began to search the surrounding heaven and earth. And it seemed that even the heavens wanted to reward him for his courage to enter this place. In just a few breaths, he actually found a crystal in an inconspicuous place. Yen Chutian hurriedly went forward and dug out the crystal. After completely digging it out, he saw that the crystal was only half the size of a palm. When he held it in his hand, this crystal that was emitting bits of red light actually gave off a strange feeling of warmth. This feeling, even without refining and absorbing it, made Yen Chutian feel extremely comfortable. It was enough to imagine how comfortable it would be to truly refine and absorb it. With such a feeling and such an appearance, Yen Chutian almost immediately confirmed the identity of the crystal. Wasn't this the goal of his trip, the fire crystal? In the blink of an eye, he obtained a fire crystal. Yen Chutian's face immediately revealed a joyful expression. At the same time, he also felt that he did not go near the Nine-Yang pool for nothing. After searching for a long time in the distance, he still did not find anything. Now that he was close, he quickly obtained a crystal. From the looks of it, it was not impossible to collect 20 crystals. However, Yen Chutian's idea was good, but when he really continued to search, he realized how lucky he was to obtain a fire crystal. For half a day, Yen Chutian did not catch a glimpse of any fire crystals. On the contrary, the scorching heat of this heaven and earth continuously corroded his body. Even with the protection of spiritual energy, he could not ignore it. Yen Chutian had done his homework when he was in Yangyan City, so he naturally knew what this pervasive heat was. Everyone knew that the Nine-Yang Abyss was a forbidden ground. How could such a forbidden ground not be filled with danger? Even if one did not step into the Nine-Yang pool, the area around it would also become a dangerous place. And this pervasive heat was one of the dangers. It wasn't that this kind of heat couldn't be resisted, but even if it was resisted, it couldn't be completely resisted. There would always be that tiny bit that would merge into the body of the Xiuzhi. This small matter might seem insignificant at first, but after a long period of accumulation, it could easily evolve into a huge hidden danger. No matter how strong one's cultivation was, they couldn't avoid this kind of hidden danger. However, if one's cultivation was strong, they would need more time to accumulate. In other words, they would need to spend more time in the vicinity of the Nine-Yang Abyss before it could become a hidden danger. Therefore, many Xiuzhi would quickly leave after getting close to the Nine-Yang Abyss for a while. He would only approach the Nine-Yang Abyss once he had completely removed the heat that had invaded his body. Yen Chutian was currently in such a situation. Although it had only been half a day, the heat in his body had already gradually accumulated. This was not only because of his sharp senses, but also because his cultivation was only at the 6th level of elixir. Even the 9th level of elixir could only stay at his current position for a day. Not to mention the 6th level of elixir cultivators who had the same cultivation as him. However, Yen Chutian was different from others, so he estimated that he could stay here for about 3 days. After 3 days, he had to leave this place. Otherwise, the heat that had accumulated in his body would cause harm to his body. If Yen Chutian's estimate of 3 days were to spread, it would probably cause countless people's jaws to drop. 3 days. Perhaps only Yuanying experts would dare to say that they could stay in this position for 3 days. He, a 6th-level elixir cultivator, could actually do it? Unfortunately, other than Yen Chutian himself, no one else would know about this. Furthermore, Yen Chutian did not plan to really stay here for 3 days. Because with his headless search method, not to mention 3 days, even 10 days, he would not be able to find a few fire crystals. He had to quickly think of a way to find the fire crystals. After searching for about 2 hours, Yen Chutian, who did not find anything, slowly left this place and returned to the outside world that was even further away from the Nine-Yang abyss. Actually, this place was also invaded by the heat. It was just that compared to the place where Yen Chutian had entered, it was much fainter. However, Yen Chutian did not expect that when he walked out, he would see Zhang Ling being suppressed by a young man's cultivation a few dozen feet away. Her outer clothes had already been torn apart, leaving only her thin inner clothes. As for Zhang Xiong, he had already collapsed a few dozen feet away. However, even though he was heavily injured, he still stared at Zhang Ling's position with bloodshot eyes. As for Zhao Feng, when he saw this scene, he did not move at all. It was as if he did not see Zhang Ling and Zhang Xiong's situation at all. At this moment, Zhang Ling's heart was filled with despair. She had never thought that human nature would be so cruel. Just because he saw her beauty, this young man directly suppressed her cultivation and tore her clothes. As for Zhao Feng, this man that she had been thinking about, he was completely indifferent to this. Instead, it was her brother, who she had always ignored, who charged over without caring about anything, but was heavily injured by the young man. This situation made Zhang Ling's heart filled with regret. If she had known earlier, she would have listened to her brother's advice. Otherwise, how could she have fallen into such a situation? SSSS. The ear-piercing sound of clothes being torn apart rang out clearly once again. The young man, whose eyes were filled with fiery red, impatiently tore apart the clothes on Zhang Ling's back, revealing her smooth back. He knew what he was doing, but the invasion of the heaven and earth made it difficult for him to control his desires. Moreover, through the matter between a man and a woman, he could quickly get rid of this side effect. Moreover, she was just an ordinary female cultivator with a 5th level of elixir. It was her honor to be enjoyed by him. Speaking of which, Zhao Feng was also sensible, unlike the middle-aged man, who had already been heavily injured by him. The gazes of the people in the distance did not find it strange at all. This was not only because this was not a coincidence, but also because they knew the identity of this young man. With his identity, even many Yuanying realm cultivators were not willing to provoke him. Thus, as far as they were concerned, that woman would not be able to escape her tragic fate today. Back to the topic, looking at the smooth and beautiful back, the desire in the young man's heart became more and more intense. He immediately summoned his spiritual energy and was about to tear apart the last cover. However, at this moment, a violent spiritual energy suddenly shot over. Even if the young man's condition was not normal, he immediately felt this threat and immediately retreated. After retreating dozens of feet, the young man's face was filled with rage. Who dared to ruin his plans at this moment? He immediately turned around and saw that beside his prey, there was already a slightly thin and small figure who had appeared at some point in time. This figure raised his hand and tore apart the spiritual energy that was suppressing the woman, then put on a piece of clothing. Only then did he slowly turn around and look at the young man. "You dare to stop me, Ling Kong? I think you're courting death." The young man spoke viciously. His originally unusual fiery red eyes had an even more furious red glow surging continuously. "If you don't want to die, immediately send that woman to me. Otherwise, all of you will die today." With a loud shout, a violent and enormous aura swept out from the body of the young man, Ling Kong. It was like a storm. The strength of this aura had already surpassed that of an ordinary 9th-level elixir realm cultivator. The number of spiritual tattoos that he had condensed had reached 5, which meant that the spiritual tattoos could be divided into 5 directions. Following Ling Kong's shout, many gazes gathered. They did not expect that someone would make a move at this moment. When they saw the figure that had suddenly appeared, they were all stunned. This was because they could sense that this person who suddenly appeared was only at the 6th level of Elixir realm. Brother Yen. Zhang Xiong's injured body trembled, and his eyes were filled with shock. Sure enough, he did not see wrongly. The feeling that Yan Chutian gave him was extremely good, and today was the best proof. Chapter 384. However, other than being touched, Zhang Xiong was also deeply worried. He knew that Yan Chutian's cultivation was only at the 6th level of Elixir, while the young man was at the 9th level of Elixir. How could Yan Chutian be a match for him? At the same time, Zhang Ling's heart was also filled with shock. She did not expect that the guy she had always looked down on would save her at this time. Even so, Zhang Ling's heart was still filled with despair. This was because she knew that even if Yan Chutian had temporarily saved her, what could he do? With his 6th level of elixir cultivation, he would probably be defeated by the young man immediately. At that time, she would still not be able to escape from her fate. Yan Chutian's expression was indifferent towards Ling Kong's angry roar. However, the words that followed were enough to shock everyone. What a scumbag! As Yan Chutian's words fell, it was as if a storm was stirred up. Countless shocked gazes converged. Clearly, they had never thought that Yan Chutian would not only take action, but even dare to insult Ling Kong in such a manner. Even if this insult was true, with his primal core 6th level cultivation, what else could it be other than courting death for him to say such words to Ling Kong? Yan Chutian's words were shocking. Not only did it shock the surrounding crowd, but it also made Ling Kong reveal an expression of disbelief. Immediately after, an extremely angry expression slowly appeared on his face. Currently, he was already attacked by the scorching heat and was extremely easily angered. In addition, he was provoked by Yan Chutian. How could he endure his anger? Therefore, in the next moment, a furious roar that sounded like a volcanic eruption was heard. Accompanying the roar was a violent palm wind that directly charged towards Yan Chutian. Die! The palm wind killed. The power of the 9th level of elixir spread out. Such a simple and violent attack was able to fully display Ling Kong's strength. In other words, under his palm, not to mention the 8th level of elixir, even an ordinary 9th level elixir cultivator would be severely injured if they did not use all their strength to defend. Because of this, the crowd could not help but feel pity for Yan Chutian. Because in their opinion, after Ling Kong's palm strike, Yan Chutian might even die tragically. Boom! The violent palm strike came, and in the next moment, a rumbling sound immediately sounded. However, what was shocking was that under this palm strike, Yan Chutian did not die tragically as they had expected. Instead, he brought the girl and lightly retreated backwards. He actually dodged Ling Kong's palm strike? Even though Ling Kong's present state is not right, his attacks should be something that even a primal core 9th level shoujo would find difficult to achieve. How did he do it? And he even brought a girl with him. There's something strange about this brat. He might have cultivated some extraordinary movement spirit art. Discussions sounded everywhere, but even so, they still did not think highly of Yan Chutian. After all, no matter how strong one's movement technique was, dodging once or twice was the limit. However, as long as Ling Kong seized an opportunity, he could directly injure the opponent with one palm strike. Therefore, dodging was just prolonging one's life. After dodging the palm strike, Yan Chutian signaled Zhang Ling to walk to Zhang Xiong's side. His thoughts were not the same as the others. Just now, if he was not worried about Zhang Ling's safety, he would have already fought with Ling Kongchong. Seeing Yan Chutian's signal, Zhang Ling's expression was complicated. She should be grateful that he saved her. However, when she thought of her attitude towards him in the past, how could she have the face to say words of gratitude? However, when she thought of the current situation, she quickly felt relieved. No matter what, they would not be able to escape today. Why should she think so much? Therefore, in the next moment, she hurriedly rushed to Zhang Xiong's side and helped him up. Her face was full of regret. However, at this moment, Zhang Xiong had no time to care about Zhang Ling. He looked at Yan Chutian with a face full of worry. Ignoring his injuries, he hurriedly said, Brother Yan. He, however, before Zhang Xiong finished speaking, he saw Yan Chutian lightly waving his hand at him. This made him stop speaking. At the same time, his attack was dodged. On Ling Kong's face, other than shock, there was also a deep sense of humiliation. How could he accept that a level 6 elixir cultivator dared to live in front of him? In the blink of an eye, his blood-red eyes once again locked onto Yan Chutian. Words filled with killing intent slowly spat out. If you dare to escape again, I will tear the two of them into pieces. However, not only Ling Kong, but also no one would have thought that Yan Chutian's reply would be so unexpected and even shocking. In the face of Ling Kong's threat, Yan Chutian's face was calm. He replied with extremely calm words. Against trash like you, I don't need to escape. The calm words were exchanged with an uproar. No one would have thought that Yan Chutian would be able to calmly say such domineering words in the face of Ling Kong's threat. However, after thinking about it, everyone shook their heads in understanding. From their point of view, it was only because the other party knew that the situation could not be changed. That was why he was so domineering and even arrogant. However, although this could relieve his anger, what he would have to face was Ling Kong's even more violent rage. Good. As expected, Yan Chutian's reply had already made Ling Kong's eyes spew flames. He gritted his teeth and said the last words. In the next moment, he heavily stepped on the ground, causing several cracks to appear on the ground as he directly shot towards Yan Chutian. At the same time, the violent spiritual energy accumulated in his palms was enough to tear apart mountains and shatter the earth. From such a scene, everyone knew that the rage in Ling Kong's heart had accumulated to a certain degree. Therefore, they could only look at Yan Chutian with sympathy. However, what no one expected was that even in the face of such a situation, Yan Chutian did not show any fear. As his spiritual energy slowly surged, he had already made a defensive stance. However, no matter how well he acted in the eyes of the crowd, he was just pretending to be mysterious. There was a gap of 3 whole levels between the 6th and 9th level of elixir, which was difficult to cross. Not to mention, Ling Kong could not be measured by the cultivation of an ordinary 9th level of elixir. The number of spiritual inscriptions in his body had already reached 5. It was enough to split into 5 parts, greatly increasing his strength. Rumble! Just like before, a huge rumbling sound rumbled out in the next instant. And this time, everyone could clearly see that Yan Chutian did not dodge, which meant that he had indeed taken Ling Kong's attack. As a result, everyone could not help but sigh helplessly. Under Ling Kong's attack, the current Yan Chutian should have been seriously injured or even tragically killed, right? Brother Yan. Zhang Xiong trembled as he called out. His thoughts were no different from the others. He only felt that the current Yan Chutian was already doomed. In addition, he also felt a deep sense of self-blame in his heart. Because in his opinion, if the two of them had not allowed Yan Chutian to be threatened, it would not have been impossible for him to escape with his movement technique. Zhang Ling's delicate body was also trembling, and her eyes were filled with regret. However, in the next moment, the huge ripples and smoke gradually dissipated, revealing a scene that caused everyone's expression to change greatly. Because they didn't expect that after the smoke and dust dispersed, the scene that they had imagined did not appear. In front of the hole where the punch had struck, behind a light screen that was densely covered in cracks, Yan Chutian's figure was still standing proudly. What? In an instant, countless exclamations sounded out. They could not imagine what they had seen. Under Ling Kong's attack, Yen Chutian was actually unharmed. Even if the light screen was covered in cracks and could shatter at any time, it still did not break. "Brother Yen!" Zhang Xiong still exclaimed, but this time, his exclamation carried a strong sense of shock. Beside him, Zhang Ling's beautiful eyes were wide open. Her originally despairing face was now filled with shock. At this moment there was another person whose expression had changed greatly, and that was Zhao Feng. He never would have thought that the ant in his imagination could actually block Ling Kong's attack head-on. He had a clear feeling of the power of Ling Kong's attack just now. It was not an exaggeration to say that even if it was him, he did not have the confidence to block it. But now, an ant of the 6th level of elixir had actually done it. How was this possible? Ling Kong himself was also in disbelief at this moment. How could a cultivator of the 6th level of elixir block his full-strength attack? Chapter 385. Ling Kong's heart was shaken. However, the more shaken he was, the more furious he felt. A mere level 6 elixir cultivator, what qualifications did he have to block his attack? He should have crawled at his feet and trembled. Therefore, in the next instant, he stomped on the ground angrily once again. Surging energy gathered and wrapped around his right fist like vines. Then, he threw out a punch. The momentum of this punch was even more turbulent than before. Ling Kong wanted to prove that Yen Chutian was only able to block his attack by luck. There could be a first time, but there would definitely not be a second time. As Ling Kong punched out, the surging power poured out without restraint, shattering the light screen in front of Yen Chutian that was already densely covered in cracks. Immediately after, the power of this punch did not weaken at all. It continued to fly towards Yen Chutian's head. However, just as this punch was about to land on the latter's head, a palm finally moved. Under the gazes of many people, the palm slapped towards the powerful punch. Immediately after, an unbelievable scene occurred. The seemingly weak palm slapped out, but it forcibly met the powerful punch head-on. No matter how much the surging energy tried to suppress it, it was unable to advance even an inch. Such a scene caused waves to rise in the crowd once again. This was because they really could not believe that an unknown level 6 elixir cultivator was able to face Ling Kong, who was a level 9 elixir cultivator. After his punch was blocked once again, Ling Kong raised his head. His gaze met Yen Chutian's indifferent face. And now, this face was incomparably arrogant in Ling Kong's mind. Could it be that he, Ling Kong, was unable to deal with a level 6 elixir cultivator? Therefore, he stomped on the ground once again. However, following this stomp, the extent of the cracks on the ground continued to multiply. Furthermore, within the cracks there was a flame-like black gas that continued to rise. In a few breaths, the black gas cracks covered Yen Chutian's surroundings. Even if Ling Kong did not do anything, the black gas that enveloped him carried an extremely powerful pressure. It was enough to make it difficult for a level 9 elixir cultivator to defend against. Then, he looked towards Yen Chutian. Ling Kong's face was filled with a strange sneer. After failing time and time again, he no longer hesitated and was about to unleash his most powerful attack. Great Blood Evil Slash! The next moment, Ling Kong decisively roared. Along with his roar, the surging black qi seemed to have been summoned and gathered above Yen Chutian's head. In a few breaths of time, a dense black qi had already condensed above Yen Chutian's head. An enormous oppressive might began to pervade the air. Compared to before, the oppressive might was more than twice as powerful. However, this was not the end of the transformation. As the black gas slowly squirmed, the vague feeling of sharpness continued to grow. In the end, it completely transformed into a dazzling black blade that appeared between the heavens and the earth. As the black blade appeared, cries of surprise rang out from the surrounding crowd. This was because the Great Blood Evil Slash was extremely famous. He actually used the Great Blood Evil Slash directly. The Great Blood Evil Slash is a demonic grade spirit art. It will gather all of the evil blood chi of the user. The might of this slash is extremely powerful. Even cultivators of the same level as the user would find it difficult to defend against it. Ling Kong has long been at the elixir level 9 cultivation. His spirit inscriptions have also transformed into 5 directions. Who in the elixir realm can block the might of this slash? That brat is finished. Although I don't know how he blocked Ling Kong's previous attack, under this great blood evil slash, there will be no more luck. Cries of surprise sounded out from all directions. The meaning behind these words was naturally that they were extremely worried about Yan Chutian. In their opinion, no matter how strange Yan Chutian was, under Ling Kong's great blood evil slash, there would be no more luck. It was only because this spirit art was truly extraordinary. It was not an exaggeration to say that if a cultivator at the first level of the Yuanying realm used it, then even a cultivator at the first level of the Yuanying realm would find it difficult to defend against it. At the same time, the power of the great blood evil slash seemed to have accumulated to its limit. Following Ling Kong's cold shout, the black blade violently slashed down towards Yan Chutian. Hua! As the black blade slashed down, the surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth seemed to have been cut off because of this slash. All of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth that was cut apart was naturally absorbed by the black blade, transforming into a part of its surging power that continued to violently attack Yan Chutian. Brother Yan! Zhang Xiong exclaimed. Even though Yan Chutian's previous performance was astonishing, deep worry still emerged in his heart. Because in his opinion, Yan Chutian was only at the 6th level of the elixir realm. Even if his performance was astonishing, how could he guarantee that there would be a third time if it happened once or twice? Not to mention, the current Ling Kong seemed to have unleashed an extremely terrifying attack. The power of this slash could be said to be able to destroy the heavens and earth. Just like Zhang Xiong, Zhang Ling was also extremely worried. However, at this moment, she wasn't worried about herself, but about Yan Chutian's situation. In the end, she wasn't a heartless person. After experiencing this, she finally understood what human nature was. Facing the power of this slash, although Yan Chutian's eyes were grave, there wasn't the slightest trace of fear. Such an attack was indeed extremely powerful. It was likely that almost no one in the elixir realm could withstand it. In other words, if Ling Kong was in the mortal world, he would definitely be the number 1 favored one. However, the one he encountered was Yan Chutian. For Yan Chutian, one of the top 10 favored ones in the heaven realm, even if his cultivation was less than 1 in 10,000, how could he be judged by ordinary standards? As the slash approached, Yan Chutian exhaled lightly. When the breath was exhaled, a ray of light immediately emerged in his eyes. In the next moment, a powerful aura slowly surged in his body. A tricolored light emerged, and when it was brewing to the extreme, it turned into a violent light of the star mark and rushed towards the enemy. This was the triple fragmentary star mark. Whoosh whoosh! The same sound of wind breaking resounded between heaven and earth. It seemed to be extremely slow, but in fact, in the blink of an eye, the two attacks collided with each other. The great blood slash was extraordinary, and it attracted the attention of many people. However, such a slash was unable to move an inch under Yan Chutian's triple fragmentary star mark. But of course, Yan Chutian's 3-origin fragmentary star mark was constantly being whittled down by the great blood fiend slash. To be honest, the level of Yan Chutian's triple fragmentary star mark was definitely higher than the great blood slash. However, in order to reach its true level of power, it had to reach the 6th level. But now it was merely at the 3rd level, and its power was ultimately limited. Moreover, Yan Chutian's true cultivation was only at the 6th level of the elixir realm. Therefore, Yan Chutian was not disappointed at all to be able to reach this level. On the other hand, such a scene caused Ling Kong's expression to become extremely ugly. How could he accept that an ant in his eyes was actually able to compete with him in terms of spirit arts again? However, regardless of whether he could accept it or not, this was the truth. Even if his great blood slash was extremely powerful, and it was able to break through the defenses of many cultivators or spirit arts like a hot knife through butter. However, today, under the light of the star mark, it was difficult to display its former dominance. At the same time, this scene once again stirred up ripples in the surrounding crowd. They were well aware of the power of the great blood slash. Therefore, they were even more shocked that Yan Chutian could use spirit arts to block it head-on. He actually managed to block Ling Kong's great blood fiend slash. How is this possible? What level has that star mark spirit art reached? Could it be that it is also a demon rank spirit art? However, with so much shock and doubt, it was destined that no one would be able to answer. Because only Yan Chutian knew the answer. However, how could Yan Chutian answer their questions? Boom boom! The rumbling sounds continued, and after this rumbling sound, both the great blood slash and the star mark light were completely annihilated. Clearly, the two of them had ended up in mutual destruction. However, although it was mutual destruction, the meaning of this was completely different to the crowd. Because this scene caused everyone to be unable to suppress their thoughts. Could it be that this cultivator at the 6th level of the elixir realm could really fight with Ling Kong head-on? Chapter 386. After his powerful attack was blocked, the one who was most shocked was naturally the one who attacked Ling Kong himself. How could he accept that his great blood fiend slash was blocked by a level 6 elixir cultivator? How tenacious was this level 6 elixir cultivator? His heart shook, but it was also because of this that a wisp of graveness appeared in his eyes when he looked at Yan Chutian. He was not a fool. Even though he was being attacked by the heat of the Nine Suns pool, the scene before him made him realize that the level 6 elixir cultivator in his eyes was definitely not limited to the cultivation on the surface. Otherwise, not to mention the great blood fiend slash, just the full force attack from before should have been difficult to block and injured him. Therefore, after calming himself down, he looked at Yan Chutian again. This time, there was much less disdain in his eyes. I admit that you are extraordinary, but you are still only a level 6 elixir cultivator. Therefore, the only outcome for you today is defeat. Remember, the person who will defeat and kill you today is called Ling Kong. As his voice fell, there was a dense spiritual energy around his body that was like a swimming dragon that slowly rose up. A powerful aura spread out. At this moment, not to mention Yan Chutian, even the spectators in the distance could feel this oppressive feeling. As the aura continued to brew, rays of light appeared in Ling Kong's eyes. Within the light, there were many strange runes that were continuously gathering together. In a short period of time, 5 spiritual patterns appeared one after another. However, this was not the end. These 5 mysterious spiritual patterns that appeared one after another had a strange connection between them. As they connected with each other, the originally scattered spiritual patterns faintly felt as if they were one. Soon after, an even more mysterious energy spread out. Compared to before, this energy was so much more powerful that it was unknown just how much more powerful it was. However, when they saw this scene, there was not a single person who did not know. They clearly knew exactly what kind of power was being emitted from Ling Kong's body. By condensing 5 spiritual tattoos, he could turn them into the power of the 5 directions around the elixir in his dantian. The minimum requirement for one to step into the nascent soul realm was to transform the spirit runes into 5 directions. As long as one was related to the Yuanying realm, it was not difficult to know that even if the spiritual tattoos had turned into the 5 directions and had yet to enter the Yuanying realm, it could increase the strength of a cultivator greatly, far surpassing those of the same level. And right now, Ling Kong was mobilizing the power of the 5 directions. Because of this, everyone who was still shocked by Yan Chutian's previous performance was shocked. At this moment, they all felt that Yen Chutian was in grave danger. However, they were no longer looking down on Yen Chutian. Through the previous scenes, Yen Chutian's performance had already stunned them. They knew that Yen Chutian had the strength to fight against a level 9 elixir cultivator. However, that was because the disparity between him and Ling Kong was too great. Ling Kong's spiritual tattoos had turned into the 5 directions, and the power he could unleash had already surpassed the elixir realm. Therefore, no matter how strong one was in the elixir realm, how could they compete with someone who had surpassed the elixir realm? The power of the 5 directions. Zhang Xiong's eyes trembled. How could he not know about the power of the 5 directions? Even if Yen Chutian's previous performance had exceeded his expectations, what could he do in front of the power of the 5 directions? Zhao Feng's eyes twinkled as he looked at the surging power of the 5 directions. His face was full of desire. He had also stepped into the elixir realm, so his next target was naturally the power of the 5 directions. Only after turning into the power of the 5 directions could he try to break through to the Yuanying realm. Since Ling Kong had even unleashed the power of the 5 forces, regardless of how the 6th level Yuan Dan Ant had managed to last until now, it was time for him to stop. Finally, under the gazes of tens of thousands of people and Ling Kong's arrogant sneer, he took a step forward and punched out violently. It was a normal punch, but this punch that contained the power of the 5 directions was even stronger than the great blood demon slash from before. Boom! Boom! Even if the punch did not hit Yen Chutian, loud booms could be heard continuously. Wherever the punch went, space would collapse. This was the power of a Yuanying realm cultivator's attack. Facing this powerful punch, Yen Chutian also had a solemn expression. At this moment, he also knew that he could no longer hide. However, it did not matter to him whether he hid or not. If he wanted to hide, he would not have appeared and just ignored it. However, his temperament would not allow him to do so. Therefore, if he could not hide, then he would not hide. Boom! The punch landed. The power of the punch was no longer limited to just one punch. It directly destroyed Yen Chutian. Another cloud of dust surged into the air, accompanied by huge ripples that continuously surged out into the surrounding heaven and earth. However, this time, in the eyes of the crowd, there was no chance of luck. The power of the 5 directions was extremely strong. Even if Yen Chutian was strong and strange in the elixir realm, it would be difficult for him to match up to the power of the 5 directions. Similarly, this time, Ling Kong's expression was even colder and more arrogant. Under his power of the 5 directions, his opponent must have died tragically. However, this could not be blamed on anyone else. Who asked him to be so reckless and offend him? Just when everyone thought that the situation was over, as the flying dust gradually dispersed, a sharp-eyed cultivator was suddenly shocked. However, it was hard for him to imagine what he was seeing, so he rubbed his eyes like a mortal before hurriedly turning his gaze back. This time, when he saw the situation again, he finally accepted such an outcome. This also caused him to uncontrollably cry out in surprise. He actually did not die. What? A stone stirred up 1,000 ripples. Instantly, countless gazes shrouded the sky and covered the earth. When they saw the scene of the smoke and dust dissipating, their expressions changed drastically, just like the cultivators who exclaimed before. In their eyes, Yen Chutian was not only not dead, he was clearly standing on the ground in perfect condition. In front of him, there was an intact light curtain that blocked all the violent power. This scene was similar to the scene when the great blood fiend slash landed not long ago. However, it was the same scene, but the commotion it would cause would be much, much greater. The great blood fiend slash just now was extremely strong, but it was also the power of the elixir realm. However, the power of the 5 forces had surpassed the elixir realm. Therefore, how could he resist it? No, that is not a simple light curtain of spiritual energy. It seems to be, however, There were also some sharp-eyed people who were keenly aware that the power surging in the light curtain of spiritual energy was not just pure spiritual energy. It seemed to be the power of the five forces. However, how could this be possible? How could a cultivator at the 6th level of the elixir realm use the power of the five forces? The power of the five forces? Cries of surprise continuously rang out in the surrounding area. Numerous gazes were shot over, all of them filled with deep shock. How could they accept that a cultivator at the 6th level of the elixir realm could use the power of the five forces? However, what else could the surging power be other than the power of the five forces? Moreover, other than the power of the five forces, what other power could resist the power of the five forces? How is this possible? Ling Kong's expression was tense. His pupils had almost shrunk into a black dot. It was extremely ugly. How could he accept that a cultivator at the 6th level of the elixir realm could use the power of the five forces? Could it be that he had also condensed 5 spiritual tattoos? However, how could a cultivator at the 6th level of the elixir realm be able to condense 5 spiritual tattoos? If this was the case, wouldn't it mean that when he reached the 9th level of the elixir realm, he would be able to condense 6 or even 7 spiritual tattoos? This is impossible. Break for me. Ling Kong gritted his teeth and shouted. This could not be the truth. This power must be a smokescreen. How could he condense 5 spiritual tattoos and use the power of the five forces? Boom! His fists, which were filled with violent power, continuously smashed down. However, even though they could cause a huge commotion on the light curtain of spiritual energy, they could not break it apart. Such a situation made Ling Kong's expression turn increasingly ugly. However, it was also because of this that he slowly accepted the unbelievable thought in his heart. This cultivator, who was only at the 6th level of the elixir realm, had actually condensed 5 spiritual tattoos and controlled the power of the five forces. A cultivator at the 6th level of the elixir realm who possessed the power of the five forces finally made Ling Kong, who had always been domineering, feel a huge amount of pressure. Chapter 387. Thinking back, even when he was at the 6th level of the elixir, he had only condensed 3 spiritual inscriptions. If it was the other party, he had already condensed 5 spiritual inscriptions and turned them into 5 directions. This feeling of disparity made Ling Kong feel extremely humiliated in his heart, but even if he was full of anger, he could not release it. Because even the power of the 5 directions that surpassed the elixir realm could not suppress the other party, then what ability could he use? Ling Kong was angry but helpless. He could only retreat resentfully. Because in his opinion, he could not deal with the other party today no matter what. Moreover, the scorching heat invasion on his body could not be delayed any longer. If this continued for a long time, even if he could get rid of it in the end, it would cause quite a bit of damage to his body. Ling Kong's retreat was seen by many people. At this time, they could naturally understand that Ling Kong knew that it was difficult to suppress the other party, so he took the initiative to retreat. And such a scene, even if it had shocked them too much previously, at this moment, they could not help but exclaim a few times. No one would have thought that an ordinary 6th level elixir cultivator could actually fight with Ling Kong, who was at the 9th level of the elixir, to such an extent. In the end, even if Ling Kong used the power of the 5 directions, it was still blocked by the other party, and he had no choice but to retreat. But what made everyone even more shocked was that this 6th level elixir cultivator actually also had the power of the 5 directions. To be able to condense the 5 directions of the spiritual inscriptions with such a cultivation level, this was even unprecedented in the legends of the heaven realm that they knew. Therefore, many people even had a bold idea in their hearts. Could it be that this was another top genius that was about to rise up? At the same time, looking at Ling Kong's retreat, Yan Chutian, who had been silent since the beginning of the battle, finally spoke coldly. Want to leave? Die. Before his voice fell, Yan Chutian had already struck out a palm across the air, and the huge power of the 5 directions raged and swept towards Ling Kong. This situation was obviously not expected by Ling Kong. How could he have thought that even though he had taken the initiative to give up attacking, the other party would not let him go and attack him forcefully? If it was before, he would definitely think that the other party's attack was too laughable. Attacking him with the power of a level 6 elixir was no different from a mayfly trying to shake a tree. But just now, he already knew that the other party also controlled the power of the 5 directions. If he was hit by the palm, he wouldn't have any good ending. As a result, Ling Kong hurriedly mobilized his 5-directional strength to defend himself. However, even so, he was still caught off guard and was forced back several meters by Yan Chutian's palm. Even the clothes on his body were torn in several places. Yan Chutian's sudden attack and Ling Kong's sorry state immediately shocked the surrounding crowd. They really didn't expect that the situation would change so quickly. In particular, Yan Chutian made them even more shocked. This 6th-level elixir practitioner actually didn't give up even after Ling Kong had clearly retreated. However, at this very moment, they were unable to utter any words of mockery. Yan Chutian, who possessed the power of the 5 forces, could not be said to be stronger than all of them, but at least he was the majority. "You're courting death." Ling Kong gritted his teeth. Other than disbelief, there was also deep humiliation on his face. He had clearly retreated, but the other party still didn't give up. Could it be that the other party really thought that he was no match for him? However, what made Ling Kong helpless was that the face that he angrily met was still calm. There was no emotion at all. Next, he could hear Yan Chutian's even more domineering and indifferent words. "Kneel down and apologize, and I'll spare your dog life. In your dreams." Such words not only caused the crowd to be in an uproar, but also caused Ling Kong's expression to change. He didn't expect that this guy with the 6th-level elixir would be so arrogant. However, in this way, the fierceness in his body was completely aroused. Did he really think that he was no match for him and wanted to flee in fear? Both of them controlled the power of the 5 directions. He couldn't kill him, but he couldn't take advantage of him either. Supreme Black Heaven Seal. In his anger, how could Ling Kong retreat? He raised his fist, formed a seal, and directly smashed towards Yan Chutian. In this, the most important thing was naturally the power of the 5 directions. The surging and violent power of the 5 directions was enough to crush any 9th-level elixir cultivator. However, in the face of the power of the 5 directions, why should Yan Chutian be afraid? At the same time that the power of the 5 directions surged, in the depths of his arm, there was a dense and inexplicable power that gradually flowed. When he struck out with his palm, the surging power in the dark also crazily poured out. Boom boom! A deafening roar immediately resounded. After the collision, the 2 figures quickly retreated backward. Then, a thick arrogance appeared on Ling Kong's face. He laughed sinisterly. "So what if you have the power of the 5 directions? Against me, Ling Kong, you can only fight to a draw. What can you do to me?" If Ling Kong's attitude was compared to now, it would definitely make the surrounding people feel that it was extremely laughable. But now, based on the scene before them, they couldn't say anything to refute it. Because no matter how amazing Yan Chutian's performance was, even if he controlled the power of the 5 directions, he could only be on par with Ling Kong, or even be slightly behind. In this way, how could he make him kneel and apologize? However, what everyone didn't expect was that in the face of such a situation, Yan Chutian's face didn't have any ugly expression. Instead, for some reason, a cold smile slowly appeared on his face. Seeing this cold smile, Ling Kong felt uneasy in his heart. However, he couldn't tell what was wrong. But in the face of such a situation, how could the other party attack for no reason? Finally, in the next moment, Ling Kong knew why. At his chest, there was suddenly a violent explosion. Such a sudden attack, even if he was on guard, was completely unable to predict it. Immediately, the power of the explosion tore through all of his defenses and heavily bombarded his chest. Pooh! Instantly, a thick fog of blood was spat out by Ling Kong. The pain in his chest spread throughout his body, as if his body was about to be torn in half. However, before he could feel the pain, he felt another wave of uneasiness appear behind him. He turned around with difficulty and saw Yan Chutian's figure appear behind him like a ghost. Under such a situation, even if his body was heavily injured, Ling Kong hurriedly suppressed the injuries in his body. He immediately stomped on the ground and quickly escaped into the distance. However, towards his escape, Yan Chutian only coldly smiled. He also stomped on the ground and quickly chased after him. The sudden change in the situation made everyone gasp for breath. What was going on? They both controlled the power of the 5 directions. How could the 6th-level elixir cultivator tear apart Ling Kong's defense so easily? At this moment, Zhang Xiong and Zhang Ling were completely presented in a dreamlike scene. Until now, they were still immersed in the fact that Yan Chutian also controlled the power of the 5 directions. Thinking about it now, the two of them felt their faces turn red. Zhang Xiong was still fine. After all, he had sincerely befriended him. However, Zhang Ling's face was so red that she wanted to find a hole to hide in. At this moment, how could she not see how outstanding Yan Chutian was? Compared to Zhao Feng, who she had always been close to and had almost given herself to, he was many times stronger. However, she did not notice such a genius in the past and had always looked down on him. She was probably like a joke in his eyes at that time. At this moment, Zhao Feng had already disappeared. Obviously, he had sensed that the situation was not good and quickly left first. Just as the crowd was still in shock, in less than half an hour, a figure fell from the sky and smashed onto the ground in a sorry state. However, even if he fell in such a sorry state, when the dust settled, the figure was still kneeling. It was obvious that someone had done something to him before he fell. As for who this kneeling figure was, there was no need to think too much. It was Ling Kong, who was crazily escaping just now. At this moment, Ling Kong's heart was about to go crazy. How could he imagine that even if he reported his identity, the other party would still ignore him and forcefully injure him, making him lose face in front of everyone? He swore that as long as he did not die today, he would definitely tear the other party into pieces in the future. Chapter 388. Looking at Ling Kong, who was kneeling in the deep pit with a face full of hatred, Zhang Xiong's shock could only be described as numbness. As for Zhang Ling, her heart was filled with deep regret. She had taken the initiative to get close to Zhao Feng, who had almost offered her body, but in front of Ling Kong, Zhao Feng had no intention of resisting. Instead, he had taken the initiative to suppress her and offer her to the other party. And Yan Chutian, whom she had always looked down on, had suppressed Ling Kong in such a domineering manner. Compared to him, what was Zhao Feng? It was just that she was blind to give up on real gold and approach a pile of dog **T. However, after the shock, Zhang Xiong suddenly recalled something. His originally shocked expression immediately became extremely anxious. This was because he knew that Ling Kong's domineering strength was not only because of his own strength, but also because of the faction behind him. Otherwise, speaking of which, there were Yuanying realm experts near the forbidden grounds of the Nine-Yang Abyss. How would he dare to be so domineering? Therefore, when Yan Chutian appeared again and landed beside him, he hurriedly said to Yan Chutian, "Brother Yan, thank you for saving me today. But Brother Yan, we must leave this place. Ling Kong is the son of the Yang Yen City's city lord." Hearing this, Yan Chutian did not have a surprised expression. Not to mention, he had already guessed that Ling Kong should have some kind of identity. When he was capturing him earlier, he had heard Ling Kong announce his identity. The Yang Yen City's city lord was the highest position in Yang Yen City apart from the city lord. However, since he had already made a move, he would no longer be afraid. Furthermore, even if it was the son of the city lord who had done such a despicable thing, everyone had the right to kill him. Therefore, Yan Chutian lightly nodded towards Ling Kong and said, "Brother Zhang, take your beloved sister and leave as soon as possible. I have a way to escape." Hearing this, Ling Kong opened his mouth and wanted to say something. However, when he thought of the shocking strength that Yan Chutian had displayed, he believed that the other party should have the ability to escape. Therefore, he hurriedly nodded and dragged his crippled body as he took Zhang Ling and shot towards the horizon. It was likely that the two of them would never get close to Yangyan City again in their entire lives. After sending Zhang Xiong and Zhang Ling off with his eyes, Yan Chutian shifted his gaze to the half-kneeling youth in the crater, whose eyes were filled with humiliation and resentment. Immediately after, Ling Kong raised his head, gritted his teeth and viciously shouted, "No matter who you are after today, you will die a miserable death. My father will definitely not let you off." Before he finished speaking, he was about to sneer coldly. However, before he could laugh, Yan Chutian gave him a solid slap in the face. This force was so great that it directly left a deep red mark on his face, and a trace of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. With this, Ling Kong was immediately stunned. When he thought of the countless gazes that were focused on him at this moment, he wanted to go crazy. This humiliation, even if he was able to tear him into 1,000 pieces in the future, it would still be difficult to wash away. However, just as he was about to shout crazily, he inadvertently met Yan Chutian's cold gaze, which immediately made him stunned. Because at this moment, he could clearly feel the killing intent emitted by the other party. In other words, the other party actually had the intention to kill him. Suddenly, Ling Kong came to his senses. Right now, his life was in the hands of the other party. Therefore, if he was angered, the other party might really do something crazy in a fit of anger. And that kind of madness was obviously not something he could bear. At the same time, he suddenly felt Ling Kong's aura retract. Glancing at his expression, Yan Chutian thought of something. He couldn't help but laugh mockingly. He had thought that Ling Kong really didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth, but it turned out that he knew about life and death and was afraid of death. Just now, he had indeed had the intention to kill. However, after thinking about it carefully, he still restrained his killing intent in the end. Because in the end, he still had to enter Yangyan City. After all, he had to enter the teleportation array. Otherwise, if he relied on his own strength to pass through the forbidden area, the Nine-Yang Abyss, it would be tantamount to courting death. Even his master didn't dare to enter such a dangerous forbidden area, let alone the current him. Therefore, he couldn't kill Ling Kong. Otherwise, if he really offended the Yangyan City Guard, he would no longer have the chance to safely enter Yangyan City. However, even if he didn't kill him, Ling Kong wouldn't have an easy time today. Boom! 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 Next, it was Yan Chutian's ferocious destruction. After a round of destruction, Ling Kong had already fainted at the bottom of the huge pit, his aura hanging by a thread. Yan Chutian didn't kill him, but such a heavy blow was enough to make Ling Kong lie in bed for half a year before he could recover. Furthermore, Yan Chutian could clearly sense that the scorching heat that had been accumulating in Ling Kong's body had completely erupted. Therefore, even if he could recover in the future, the eruption of the scorching heat would cause great damage to his cultivation foundation. This result seemed to be extremely cruel to him, but he had brought it upon himself. Yan Chutian was clear that if it wasn't for his existence today, Zhang Ling would have been ruined by Ling Kong. Even the scorching heat in his body would have been transferred to Zhang Ling's body, causing the latter to die a miserable death. Yan Chutian wouldn't have the slightest bit of sympathy for someone who didn't care about other people's lives. After that, Yan Chutian lightly tapped the ground with the tip of his foot and disappeared from this vast world. The originally noisy world suddenly quietened down, but at this moment, everyone's gazes couldn't remain calm. Because they knew that under this silence, even the sky was about to be pierced through. the son of Ling Feng, who was the heir of Yangyan City, had been severely injured and humiliated to such an extent today. With his attitude of spoiling his son, he would probably go crazy when he found out. At that time, even if he had to overturn rivers and seas, he would still capture and kill the culprit. Apart from that, what still deeply shocked everyone was naturally the young man who was only at the 6th level of elixir. He had actually condensed 5 spiritual inscriptions and grasped the power of the 5 directions. With such talent, as long as he didn't die, stepping into the Yuanying realm was inevitable. Furthermore, when he stepped into the Yuanying realm, the number of spiritual inscriptions he condensed might reach the 6th, 7th, or even more. If that was the case, his talent would probably be able to catch up to the performance of the top geniuses of the Heaven realm when they were in the Elixir realm. A storm was destined to rise. Yan Chutian quickly retreated. He didn't retreat from the vicinity of the 9-yang abyss, but he didn't continue to go deeper. Here, he could gradually force out the scorching heat that was invading his body. Furthermore, he would only return to Yangyan City after finding 20 fire crystals. However, now that he thought about it, returning to Yangyan City was destined to not be peaceful. However, he was still on the side of reason, and he didn't offend the city guard, so the other party wouldn't disregard everything. After all, Yangyan City had iron blood rules. As long as he stepped in, others couldn't do anything to him. Even if the city guard was from the city lord's mansion, it was most likely the same. Otherwise, if the city lord's mansion didn't set an example and could kill others as they wished, how could the many cultivators obey the rules? With that thought, Yan Chutian calmed himself down and found a secluded spot to sit down cross-legged. While dispelling the scorching heat, he recovered from his exhaustion. After an hour, Yan Chutian finally opened his eyes. At the same time, he gently exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. However, after that, Yan Chutian didn't immediately move. Instead, he continued to sit cross-legged. However, his hands weren't idle. With a raise of his hand, a Qiankuan bag and a storage ring appeared. These were the items on Ling Kong's body. With Ling Kong's status, the items he possessed naturally wouldn't be too bad. Yan Chutian thought that there would definitely be something he needed inside. As expected, when Yan Chutian opened the Qiankuan bag, a large number of heaven crystals appeared inside. This Qiankuan bag seemed to be specially used to store heaven crystals. There were countless of them, probably millions of them. Millions of heaven crystals. To an ordinary Yuanying realm cultivator, this was a huge fortune. For Ling Kong, who was at the 9th level of the Elixir realm, to possess such a treasure, it was no wonder he was the son of the city guard. After putting away all the heaven crystals in his bag, Yan Chutian turned his gaze to the storage ring. There was a restriction on the storage ring. However, even Ling Kong wasn't his opponent, so the restriction naturally wouldn't be a problem. Therefore, Yan Chutian was able to easily break through the restriction. When Yan Chutian looked into the space inside the storage ring, his face immediately lit up with joy, because with just a glance, he saw several pieces of fire crystals. Chapter 389. Several pieces of fire crystals were a great surprise for Yan Chutian. Because to the current him, even the millions of heavenly crystals from before were not as important as these few pieces of fire crystals. With the addition of these fire crystals, the number of fire crystals he had in his possession had reached 8. 8 pieces of fire crystals was already a big step forward compared to the number of 20. As long as he could obtain another 12 pieces of fire crystals, he would be able to gather 20 pieces and use them to exchange for the teleportation array. After happily putting away these fire crystals, Yan Chutian turned his gaze to other places in the space. After that, he also saw quite a number of sealed natural treasures. Among them, there was even the last elixir that he was unable to find back then, the heavy yuan fruit. The so-called heavy yuan fruit was only the size of a thumb, but it was extremely heavy. Even cultivators who had just started cultivating would not be able to pick up such a spiritual fruit. However, even if he found the heavy yuan fruit now, it would not give Yan Chutian too much of a surprise. Because in the current situation, he needed to find enough mysterious items in order to nourish Chiu Yu and Mu Wan and wake them up from their deep slumber. However, even as one of the top 10 prides of the Heaven Realm, he had rarely heard of such items. As for seeing them, he had almost never seen them before. It was not an exaggeration to say that if he had gathered all the treasures needed to cultivate the splitting consciousness technique, Yan Chutian would have been extremely confident. But now, he really had no clue. However, no matter what, he had to find those rare items that only existed in legends. No matter what price he had to pay or how much effort he had to put in, he would not hesitate. Huff! He exhaled lightly and temporarily suppressed the complicated thoughts in his heart. Following that, he continued to scan the items in the space. This Ling Kong was indeed worthy of being the son of the Yang Yen city governor. The things contained within were extremely rich. Other than the previous two, there were also spiritual pills, spiritual techniques, and even array scrolls. However, compared to the previous items, these array scrolls or spiritual techniques were not something that Yan Chutian was interested in. He was not lacking in spirit spells to begin with, but he lacked the conditions and time to learn all the powerful spirit spells. As for the formation, just the formation inheritance of the great spirit human sovereign had benefited him immensely. Until now, he had not been able to enjoy it. How could he have the time or energy to comprehend other low-level formations? Therefore, Yan Chutian directly treated these things as trash and kept them in a corner of his storage space. He carefully kept the things that he needed. Right when Yan Chutian was packing up, his sharp eyes immediately noticed that a jade slip was placed at the side of an inconspicuous table. Puzzled, Yan Chutian took out the jade slip and sent his perception into it. A moment later, Yan Chutian's originally doubtful expression was immediately replaced by ecstasy. This was because he was pleasantly surprised to discover that what was recorded in the Jade Scroll was actually a map of the deeper regions near the Nine-Yang Abyss. The location of the endpoint was marked with the words Fire Crystal. In such a situation, Yan Chutian couldn't help but wonder if the place the map was pointing to was a region that produced fire crystals. Thinking back to the numerous fire crystals he had obtained and the situation where Ling Kong was deeply affected by the heat, Yan Chutian was even more certain of his guess. Therefore, no matter what, he had to go to the place marked on the jade slip. At the same time, the news of Ling Kong being heavily injured in the outside world finally reached Yangyan City. Not long after, the crowd could see an enormous aura appear on the spacious land. This aura was something that even Tianfu realm cultivators would find difficult to defend against, let alone Yuanying realm cultivators. It was hard to imagine how strong the owner of this aura was. When this huge aura disappeared, what disappeared at the same time was Ling Kong, who was originally unconscious in a huge pit. However, there were people who came and went. Some people left and some groups appeared on the land. The goal of this group was to kill Yan Chutian, who dared to kill the son of the city guard and severely injure Ling Kong. Everyone had expected this to happen. Thus, they were not surprised at all. After all, they knew how much Ling Feng doted on Ling Kong. How could he not be furious when he knew that his beloved son was so heavily injured? Following which, they couldn't help but worry about Yan Chutian's situation. They really didn't know if the youth would be able to escape from Ling Feng's orders. Yan Chutian wouldn't know that a battle to kill him had already begun. However, even if he knew, it didn't matter. Ever since he took action, he had already thought of many possibilities. At this moment, Yan Chutian was walking in the depths of the Nine-Yang Abyss. As he walked in step by step, the temperature of the surrounding world continued to rise. The high temperature of the outside world was one thing, but the key was that within this high temperature, there were strands of heat that even spiritual energy couldn't resist, constantly invading his body. Luckily, Yan Chutian's foundation was extraordinary. His ability to withstand this heat was far from what a normal elixir realm cultivator could compare to. Otherwise, even if he obtained the map in the jade strip, he could only stare helplessly. Chi-chi, as he stepped on the soft sand, a crisp sound rang out. Yan Chutian raised his head and looked at his surroundings. At this moment, even his eyes had a trace of red light. After looking at his surroundings, Yan Chutian's gaze returned to the jade strip. According to the map, the location marked with the 3 words fire crystal should be nearby. However, why was there still an endless expanse of land around him? Yan Chutian suddenly looked at the ground. With this glance, he suddenly realized something. Following which, he slowly inserted his palm into the sand. Following the insertion of his palm, an enormous amount of spiritual energy that seemed to cover the sky and earth had already followed the gaps between the sand and continuously spread towards the depths. As the heat became more and more obvious, Yan Chutian finally sensed that there was a completely different world beneath the ground. Under such circumstances, how could Yan Chutian hesitate? Immediately, he heavily stepped on the sand beneath him. Violent spiritual energy surged and continuously bombarded the layer of sand beneath his feet. Under the continuous attacks, a pitch-black tunnel was created by Yan Chutian. However, following the appearance of the tunnel, even more boiling heat waves continuously surged out. Furthermore, within these heat waves, the heat became even more intense. Facing such a situation, even a Yuanying realm cultivator would not dare to rashly enter. However, this was not enough to stop Yan Chutian. Furthermore, even Ling Kong did not stop him. How could Yan Chutian feel that he was inferior to that person who had lost to him? Therefore, after taking a deep breath and slowly adjusting his body's condition, Yan Chutian stepped into the tunnel. The amount of fire crystals here had indeed exceeded Yan Chutian's imagination. Within a short period of time, he had consecutively found 5 pieces of fire crystals. He was only half a day away from gathering 20 pieces of fire crystals. He would be able to do so in less than 2 months. However, such a dense amount of fire crystals also meant that the heat within the tunnel had reached a frightening degree. Yan Chutian's eyes were rapidly turning red at a speed visible to the naked eye. Under such circumstances, even if he was slightly stronger than Ling Kong, he would not be able to stay here for long. However, seeing that he was about to gather 20 fire crystals, how could he give up? Mysterious Yang Body. Helpless, Yan Chutian could only roar and summon the mysterious Yang Body. Although he did not think that the mysterious Yang Body would have much of a defensive effect, it would be good if it could hold on for a moment longer. However, Yan Chutian did not expect that the appearance of the mysterious Yang Body did not slow down the invasion of the heat. On the contrary, it seemed to have increased its speed. This immediately caused his expression to change greatly. How could the situation be like this? However, Yan Chutian soon understood the reason. Not only was the heat rapidly attracted by the outside world, even the heat accumulated in his body was the same. All the heat was constantly being sucked into his flesh and blood. His originally calm body immediately turned into a hungry wolf after being awakened, unable to suppress the desire in his heart. Therefore, Yan Chutian's eyes did not continue to turn red. Instead, the red glow gradually faded and returned to a pure and clear color. As the red glow faded, Yan Chutian's originally irritable and even somewhat stubborn mood gradually recovered. Once he recovered, he immediately realized that his mysterious Yang Body could actually absorb the heat and use it for himself. Chapter 390. Yan Chutian had never imagined that the mysterious Yang Body would be able to absorb the heat emitted from the 9 Yang abyss. After all, his mysterious Yang Body was clearly nourished by mysterious Yang Qi. With mysterious Yang Qi as the source, how could it absorb other energies? However, his unintentional actions had now placed the truth in front of him. Even if he had never thought of it, he had no choice but to accept it. However, such a truth would not harm Yen Chutian in the slightest. In fact, it was a joyous occasion for him. He was just worried that it would be difficult for him to establish himself in the depths of the Nine-Yang abyss. Now that such a situation had occurred, wouldn't he be able to move about without any scruples? As he sat cross-legged, the fiery red glow in his eyes began to dissipate. As the clarity in his eyes grew denser, Yen Chutian continued to advance deeper into the passageway. As he advanced and opened the passageway, Yen Chutian obtained another 2 fire crystals. After that, the passageway he opened finally connected to the strange space he had sensed in the depths of the sand. Looking ahead, in the dark space, there was an ancient stone door that was faintly discernible. The ancient palace door was half open. From within the half-open palace door, a heat that was even more scalding than before slowly surged out. If an ordinary level 9 elixir cultivator were to stand here, they would not be able to stay here for even half an hour. Furthermore, Yen Chutian believed that even Ling Kong had not stepped inside. This was because even if it was him, if he had not suddenly discovered that the mysterious yang body could absorb the invading heat, he would not have been able to reach himself, much less establish himself here. Furthermore, it was the defeated Ling Kong. Since he had walked to this place, a huge choice had appeared in front of Yen Chutian. Should he step into this ancient palace door or not? Such an ancient palace door would definitely contain an opportunity. However, such an opportunity would often be accompanied by an equally huge danger. Such danger was very likely something that the current him would not be able to withstand. On the other hand, if he did not step in and instead search the surroundings, he believed that he would be able to quickly obtain the missing fire crystals. Therefore, when comparing the 2 options, it seemed that the second option was more reliable. After pondering for a moment, Yen Chutian raised his gaze and gradually locked onto the ancient palace door before him. Because at that moment, Yen Chutian could not help but think of the natural oddities. Almost all the extraordinary items that appeared in the heaven realm came from the various forbidden land. And since this ancient palace door appeared near the Nine-Yang abyss, could it also contain a natural wonder? Even though Yen Chutian couldn't be sure about this, he still felt the need to step into it and find out what was going on. If they could really find a worldly wonder, it would be such a pleasant surprise for Qiuyu. With this thought in mind, Yen Chutian silently pushed his mysterious yang body to the maximum. In this place, his mysterious yang body had become his greatest reliance. After that, he began to walk toward the entrance of the palace. Huff huff, walking to the front of the palace door, a scalding hot wind continuously rushed out from the half-opened palace door, bringing with it the sound of the wind. And such a hot wind naturally couldn't lack the intense heat. However, this heat was no longer a threat to Yen Chutian. His profound yang body was like a hungry wolf, constantly devouring the scorching heat. This made Yen Chutian couldn't help but wonder if his third-grade mysterious yang body wouldn't need to wait for the mysterious yang qi to advance and directly break through to the 4th grade if he swallowed enough heat. However, after thinking about it, Yen Chutian still threw this unrealistic thought to the back of his mind. His mysterious yang body was ultimately based on the mysterious yang qi, so it was naturally impossible for it to jump out of the mysterious yang qi and advance on its own. However, after absorbing this heat, there was no doubt that the mysterious yang body was powerful. Perhaps it would be more appropriate to describe this situation as a mutation. Temporarily putting aside this thought, Yen Chutian took a deep breath of hot air, opened the palace door, and stepped into the palace door. Yen Chutian didn't know if it was an illusion or not, but after stepping into the palace door, he actually felt that this place seemed to be brighter than the previous passage. Looking around, the palace was cold and cheerless. Amidst the heat, there was an ancient dusty aura that constantly spread out. However, such a palace floor didn't have any dust accumulated. But thinking about it, a strange place naturally had its own strange places. Yen Chutian didn't hesitate for too long. He directly walked deeper into the palace and stepped on the floor of this ancient palace. After walking for a few dozen feet, rays of red light constantly flashed in front of him. Yan Chutian followed the red light forward. After turning a corner, he actually caught a glimpse of a pile of fire crystals. This amount of fire crystals could be counted as nearly 100 pieces of fire crystals. Moreover, the light emitted by these fire crystals was obviously brighter than the fire crystals he had obtained in the outside world. This meant that the quality of the fire crystals he was looking at now should be higher. This scene made Yan Chutian pleasantly surprised. He didn't let down his determination to step into this palace door. Such a huge amount of fire crystals was enough to make up for his risk, and the extra fire crystals could be used as his own cultivation resources. The famous fire crystals, Yan Chutian believed that their cultivation effects would definitely be extraordinary. After that, Yan Chutian naturally didn't have any hesitation. He immediately cut up all the fire crystals and kept them. During this process, the thick heat constantly attacked him. Fortunately, he had the mysterious yang body to continuously absorb it. Otherwise, the invading heat would have directly burned him to ashes. Yan Chutian didn't doubt that even a Yuanying realm cultivator would find it difficult to gain a foothold in this place. He was also relying on the mysterious yang body. Otherwise, not to mention collecting these fire crystals, he could only be like Ling Kong in the outside world and leave with his tail between his legs. After keeping all the fire crystals, Yan Chutian continued to walk forward in this palace. Such a place shouldn't only have fire crystals. Shao! The crisp cry of an eagle resounded in the sky. As far as the eye could see, 1,000 feet in the air, a giant eagle was soaring through the air. As its wings flapped, a powerful wave of energy rippled outwards, enough to cause quite a few primal core adepts to feel their blood boil. The strength of this huge eagle was probably close to the Yuanying realm. However, even such a powerful giant eagle couldn't ignore the invasion of the heat in this place. Vaguely, a red light could be seen flickering in the beast's eyes. After the huge eagle flew for nearly 1,000 feet, it finally approached the ground and hovered at a low altitude. An indescribable fluctuation spread out from the body of the huge eagle and spread to the desert. There were only a few people, but each of them was an unprecedentedly huge figure. After a while, the huge eagle soared into the sky. The figures on the ground all had cold smiles on their faces. There was finally some news about the person who severely injured Ling Kong. Although they didn't have any feelings for Ling Kong and only had contempt and ridicule. However, they were extremely interested in the huge rewards that they could obtain if they captured the culprit. If they could obtain a Dao elixir, then they could try to break through in seclusion and seek stronger strength. They joined the city lord's manor and worked for Ling Feng. Their goal was to increase their strength. In the next moment, several people soared into the air and headed deeper into the region. As they continued to move forward, they started to have doubts. Why would a cultivator who was only at the elixir level 6 dare to come here? Because even they didn't dare to act rashly in this place. However, thinking about the news they just received, it shouldn't be fake. Someone saw a similar figure appear here. After Ling Kong woke up, he gave out a jade letter that contained a map. Unfortunately, Ling Kong couldn't remember the exact location of the mark. Let's spread out and guard this region. As long as that elixir level 6 cultivator appears, we won't be able to escape. Someone spoke. His tone was filled with indifference. He wasn't worried that the other party would be difficult to deal with. After all, no matter how strong he was only at the elixir level. In front of Yuanying level cultivators like himself, what was he? However, before he finished, another person spoke out. Then if we catch that fellow, how will we split the rewards? Kiki, of course it will belong to whoever catches him. Okay, then I'll choose the eastern region. An old man let out a roar, and his body immediately shot into the air, heading straight for the eastern territory. Following closely behind, the others all chose a direction and finished splitting the nearby regions. As for what happened next, they just had to wait for the rat to appear. Chapter 391. In the depths of the hall, a figure was slowly walking in the heat waves. The heat surged into his body, but it didn't accumulate in his body like it did with other cultivators. The heat was constantly being absorbed by the figure's flesh and blood, fusing into the depths of his flesh and turning into a part of his power. One could faintly sense that an extremely powerful power was brewing in the figure's body. This figure was naturally Yan Chutian. After searching in the hall for a long time, his body was still absorbing the heat that permeated between heaven and earth. As this situation continued, he felt that his flesh and blood seemed to be undergoing some kind of change. To be more precise, his mysterious young body was undergoing some kind of change. Yan Chutian had never had such an experience before, so for a moment, he didn't know what to do and could only ignore it. However, after ignoring it for a long time, when the change became bigger and bigger, he could no longer ignore it. He could only sit down and observe the changes in his flesh and blood. Under his observation, he didn't know if it was an illusion. Yan Chutian actually felt that his flesh and blood was emitting an aura that was similar to the heat around him. His originally calm body was slowly emitting a heat aura that flowed with the heat of heaven and earth, as if they were one. This change shocked Yan Chutian. Because of this, he no longer felt the discomfort of the heat. Furthermore, the heat emitted by his body was probably a huge hidden danger to other cultivators. Perhaps this hidden danger wouldn't appear at first, but after a long battle, it was enough to let the heat invade the opponent's body bit by bit. When the time comes and it explodes, even a nascent soul stage cultivator would find it difficult to withstand the power. After all, the source of this strange heat was the Nine-Yang Abyss, a danger from the forbidden grounds. Even if it was just a little bit, it was enough to threaten cultivators of various realms. Sensing the changes in his body, Yan Chutian didn't know whether to be happy or worried. However, it seemed that this didn't cause any harm to him. Furthermore, it gave him a more domineering attack similar to the mysterious yang energy, so there didn't seem to be anything to worry about. Therefore, after a short while, Yan Chutian finally revealed a smile. Because of this result, his strength had increased by quite a bit. After that, Yan Chutian felt more at ease as he walked through the hall. This was because his body had already gotten used to the heat. It was enough to ignore the danger that most Xiozha had to worry about at all times. If this news were to spread, it would definitely make many cultivators jealous of Yan Chutian. Because of this ability, they were able to move around the Nine-Yang Abyss unimpeded. Whether it was searching for opportunities here or fighting with others, they would have a huge advantage. But at the same time, Yan Chutian was not very happy. This was because there didn't seem to be any other fortuitous encounters in this palace. When he looked around, there was only dead silence. Apart from the remaining flame crystals that he had dug out earlier, which were still flickering with a red light, there was nothing else. However, Yan Chutian felt that this palace shouldn't be so simple. Under this silence, there would definitely be other paradises. With that thought, Yan Chutian opened his spiritual eye. And as expected, under the careful scanning of his spiritual eye, he finally found something strange at the corner of the palace. When Yan Chutian approached, he gently waved his hand and removed the concealment. When the concealment disappeared, a 3-foot-long cold blade that seemed to be condensed from ice crystals appeared in front of him. At this moment, it was no longer a hot aura. Instead, it was a cold aura that was completely different from before that continuously surged towards him. Perhaps it was because Yan Chutian's mysterious yang body had mutated and was connected with the surrounding heat. Under the impact of this cold aura, it was extremely uncomfortable. It even made Yan Chutian subconsciously take a few steps back. After taking a few steps back, Yan Chutian summoned his spiritual energy in an attempt to block the cold aura that was surging towards him. However, what made him helpless was that this cold aura was just like the heat. Even if he tried to block it, it would still be easily penetrated. The cold aura continued to surge, forcing Yan Chutian to increase the heat that was spreading from his body. Under the friction between the two, they barely reached a balance. Then, Yan Chutian gently exhaled. He did not expect that a cold sword would suddenly appear in this hot space. But it was also because of this that he was extremely serious about this cold sword. A cold sword could actually exist in the heat near the Nine-Yang abyss. Furthermore, the cold aura that it emitted was able to suppress the heat. How could it be simple? After carefully examining it with his spiritual eye, Yan Chutian quickly realized that this 3-foot-long cold sword did not appear here for no reason. Instead, it was suppressed by someone as the eye of the array. The concealment formation exuded a profound aura. Even though Yan Chutian had studied the grand formation left behind by the great spirit human sovereign, when he sensed this formation, he could also sense a strong sense of profoundness. Yan Chutian had a premonition that perhaps the person who set up this array would not be too far off from the great spirit human sovereign. This array was the same. Therefore, how could Yan Chutian dare to approach it so easily? He quickly retreated, trying his best to distance himself from this array and the cold sword. Yan Chutian was very clear about how much power such a mysterious array could possess. Don't look at how this array looked and did not move at all. However, as long as it leaked out a little bit of power, it could kill him thousands of times over. Even if he regained his peak cultivation, the result would not be much better. However, it was also because of this that Yan Chutian could not help but be deeply curious. Under the suppression of this formation and cold edge, what exactly was being sealed? However, no matter how much he thought about it, he would not be able to come up with an answer by making random guesses. Therefore, Yan Chutian quickly threw away this thought and started to think about his current situation. He had already gathered the 20 fire crystals. However, the situation he was facing now could not be compared to before. He had severely injured Ling Kong. His father, Ling Feng, might have already given the order to kill him. Yan Chutian could completely imagine that there might be Yuanying practitioners searching for him in the outside world, wanting to find and kill him. Yan Chutian was clear that Ling Feng, a heavenly mansion stage cultivator, was the second in command of Yangyan City. He had the ability to order Yuanying stage cultivators to do things for him. This was why Yan Chutian knew that the moment he showed himself, he would be hunted down. Hence, before he headed out, he had to raise his strength as much as possible. Maybe such an increase in strength would be useless in the eyes of others as long as he didn't step into the Yuanying stage. However, it was different for Yan Chutian. If he raised his strength a little more, it was not impossible for him to deal with Yuanying stage cultivators. Furthermore, there was still about 2 months before the intercontinental teleportation array would be activated. Yan Chutian couldn't waste these 2 months. Hence, time flowed quickly once more. It seemed like a moment, but close to a month had passed. Deep underground in the sky. Although this region was calm, it was locked onto by numerous gazes. Any aura that appeared would not be able to escape their eyes. However, the lack of results in a month was wearing down their patience. They couldn't help but think about whether or not the cultivator with the elixir stage 6 didn't come here. However, even if they had their suspicions, they still didn't leave this place. After all, if they left this place, they would have no clue at all. Deep underground, within the hall, on the praying mat in the air, a person was sitting cross-legged. The seemingly normal praying mat had an indescribable mysterious aura that spread out and covered the person. In addition to this mysterious aura, there were also pieces of glowing red crystals floating around the figure. From the crystals, a scorching aura surged out and gathered towards the person on the praying mat in the middle. During this month, the situation in front of him repeated. The only thing that changed was that, after the red glowing crystal dimmed, it was replaced by a new one. Apart from that, the other change was that the aura of the person on the praying mat was getting weaker and weaker. However, under this feebleness, one could vaguely sense that there was an extremely vigorous energy that was continuously accumulating and brewing. Perhaps only when it was about to erupt would its shocking side be completely revealed. Chapter 392. Amidst the silence, it was as if another half a month had passed in the blink of an eye. In the past half a month, the atmosphere in Yangyan City had gradually heated up. Because everyone knew that in a few days, the cross-continent teleportation array would open. And in these few days, the slots for the cross-continent teleportation array would be auctioned off one after another. Crossing continents might not be the idea of everyone, but there would be many people who wanted to go to other continents. Among them, there were some young cultivators. After all, although the Nine Suns continent was also a large continent, it was ranked at the bottom of the 9 continents. The most obvious example was that none of the top 10 prides of the Heaven Realm, or even the top geniuses in history, came from the Nine Suns continent. People walked towards higher places. Therefore, many cultivators, especially young ones like them, naturally wanted to go to a better environment. They firmly believed that if they were allowed to enter the sea, they would definitely be able to stir up huge waves in this vast heaven realm. While the auction of the slots was going on, in the depths of the desert, in the underground palace, the atmosphere was still calm, to the point of being strange. Looking over, there was indeed a glimmer of light flickering in this dark space. However, the source of the glimmer was like a stone statue, without any aura fluctuations. If one suddenly took a look, they would probably think that the figure sitting cross-legged on the praying mat was already a corpse. However, if one looked carefully, they would be able to feel what kind of surging power was being nurtured under this calmness. After this situation continued for half a day, there was finally a change. From the stone statue on the praying mat, it spread out. Buzz! A powerful fluctuation was the first to rush out, immediately tearing apart the clothes of the figure. However, after removing the clothes covering his body, one could clearly see the grand power contained within the depths of his body. In the next moment, a huge spiritual energy storm suddenly surged. In an instant, even the space above the figure's head was directly torn apart by this storm. It was also because of this that an extremely unstable aura spread out. However, in contrast, the praying mat trembled slightly. Strands of mysterious aura continued to spread out, directly suppressing the instability. Next, the berserk and calm became the main theme of this place. Such a commotion was naturally not small, but fortunately, this mysterious palace was able to completely restrain these fluctuations. Otherwise, even if it was deep underground, it would be sensed by some gazes above the ground. The chaos and calm lasted for 2 full days. 2 days later, after the last bout of violence had calmed down, a sense of calmness finally spread out from his body. Following that, the aura that spread out had already surpassed level 6 elixir and stepped into level 7 elixir. But because Yan Chutian's cultivation had always been extremely steady, even though he had clearly just stepped into the 7th level of the primal core realm not long ago, the aura emitted from his body at this moment was as if he had already stepped into the 7th level of the primal core realm for a long time. This situation caused Yan Chutian, who had closed his eyes for a long time, to reveal an unconcealable smile. After cultivating bitterly for almost 2 months, his efforts were not in vain. Today, he had finally stepped into the 7th level of elixir. Now that he had stepped into the 7th level of elixir, although it did not mean that he could fight against Yuanying realm cultivators, he was still much more relaxed than before. Furthermore, stepping into the 7th level of elixir also caused Yan Chutian to have some thoughts. Perhaps he could temporarily put down his cultivation and once again cultivate the other techniques in the mysterious Yang scripture. With that thought, Yan Chutian did not hesitate and immediately closed his eyes again. Complicated and mysterious scriptures flashed through his mind one by one, and finally stopped in front of a technique called Mysterious Shadow. This Mysterious Shadow was not an offensive technique, but a movement technique. When he was in the mortal world, he did not cultivate this Mysterious Shadow. Firstly, it was because he did not have much time, and secondly, he did not think that it was necessary. However, now that he had returned to the heaven realm, the situation was different. He had to face more dangers, and his enemies were stronger. His indescribable ability to dodge the attacks of his enemies might also lose its effect. At this time, it was clearly the best time to cultivate the Mysterious Shadow. Since he had already made up his mind, and it was already at this time, Yen Chutian naturally would not hesitate and immediately delved into the Mysterious Shadow. At first, Yen Chutian thought that since he had cultivated a profound movement technique before, it would be easier for him to comprehend the Mysterious Shadow. However, when he actually started to do it, he realized that this was not the case. The Mysterious Shadow came from the mysterious Yang scripture, and its cultivation method was extremely profound. It was not easy to comprehend it. 3 days passed by again. After 3 days, Yen Chutian finally opened his eyes again. This time, there was still a strong feeling of enlightenment on his face. Even after 3 days, he still did not completely comprehend the Mysterious Shadow. However, it was not that he did not have a clue. In the end, he was able to grasp the crux of the matter. That was because he had also trained in quite a few profound movement techniques. Furthermore, his ability to dodge attacks had increased his points by quite a bit. He believed that as long as he had enough time, he would definitely grasp the essence of the Mysterious Shadow. Phew, then, Yen Chutian exhaled gently and finally got up. Calculating the time, 2 months had already passed. The transcontinent teleportation array was about to open, so he should hurry back to Yangyan City to exchange for a slot. However, Yen Chutian did not immediately move. He raised his head and looked at the dome. It was as if he could see through the palace, the yellow sand buried deep in the ground, and the scenery outside. Yen Chutian had a feeling that perhaps, at this moment, there was someone watching this land from the outside world. Therefore, he could not rush out because he knew that the subordinates that Ling Feng could order around were very likely Yuanying realm cultivators. Now, it was still very dangerous for him to face a Yuanying realm cultivator. However, he was not helpless. At the very least, there might be Yuanying realm cultivators in the outside world. They would not be able to stop him from returning to Yangyan City. Therefore, Yen Chutian began his preparations. It was not difficult to see that he was preparing to set up a formation. However, what kind of formation was he going to set up to hide from the eyes of so many Yuanying realm cultivators? Half a day passed quietly as he set up the formation. After half a day, Yen Chutian's expression was solemn. He gently opened his palm, and a ray of light flashed under his palm. Instantly, dark red blood flowed down his palm and dripped into the formation plate under his palm. This action seemed to have consumed a lot of his energy. Fine beads of sweat appeared on his forehead at a speed visible to the naked eye. Fortunately, after the last drop of blood fell into the disc array, Yen Chutian didn't have much of a problem. He quickly withdrew his palm and activated it with his spiritual power. Immediately, strands of dark red blood essence gathered around the formation plate. The blood essence gathered and slowly condensed into a blurry human figure. The aura that this human figure gave off was actually the same as Yen Chutian's. If one did not use their eyes and just felt the aura, they would think that it was Yen Chutian's body. Such an outcome made Yen Chutian extremely satisfied. As he raised his hand to wipe away the sweat on his forehead, he smiled in satisfaction. At least I didn't waste my essence blood. With the strength of this death substitution formation, it should be able to fool Yuanying realm cultivators. However, as he looked on, Yen Chutian suddenly frowned. Studying the formation legacy left by the great spirit human sovereign had allowed his attainments in the formation path to improve by a lot. Hence, it seemed like this death substitution formation still had many areas that could be improved. However, time did not allow Yen Chutian to make any changes. He raised his head and looked at the ceiling. Yen Chutian kept the formation plate and swiftly headed out of the hall. Above the 10,000 miles of desert, a huge pressure locked onto this piece of land. At this moment, close to 2 months had passed since then. After 2 months of fruitless results, even some Yuanying realm cultivators lost their patience. After all, from start to finish, they had not seen the shadow of the level 6 elixir cultivator. This meant that they might have been wasting their time waiting. However, just as they were about to lose their patience, they suddenly sensed movement in the depths of the sand right under their noses with their sharp senses. In an instant, joy appeared on everyone's faces. This was especially so for the Yuanying practitioner who had marked the area as the source of the movement.